Good afternoon and welcome to a darting feast of a day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If you like seeing pointy things being thrown at the board, then today is most certainly the day for you. Group C gets underway here at the Super Series, and we've got 6 players in action who all have Saturday night reputations to uphold. Andy Hamilton made it all the way to the final the last time he was here, narrowly missing out on the top prize to John Worsley. Jared Cole has had a week of ups and downs so far. Dumped out of Group B contention yesterday. He'll be hoping the afternoon slot brings better luck for the king of the castle. Robbie King was top of the group going into the last day, but finished 4th. Nursing a slight injury overnight, he hopes to be fully fit for today's session. Alan Tappan is hoping the Saints pick up the win in Portsmouth. We'll say that quietly around these parts. Michael Huntley, who was hit for 6 in Group A, 6th in the group, 6 points to his name, but he's refreshed, recharged and ready to go. Justin Hood was all singing, all dancing and making Series 3 Champions Week. Happy Feet still sets his sights on buying a Chinese restaurant. He hopes he'll be at the top table again on Saturday night. Yeah, some afternoon ahead of us, and we're going to be watching it in the company of prime time himself, Matthew Edgar. And this is a Group C, which you could probably make a case for everybody, both for and against.
We could, but I think we've also got quite a couple of question marks here over a couple of players as well. Michael Huntley joined us at the start of this week, and he's really struggled, but started to play well at the back end of yesterday. And we often talk about how important it is to lead with positivity. He left with some serious positivity yesterday. So is he going to be in a position that we're going to see better from Michael Huntley? Justin Hood came into the commentary box this morning, had a chat with myself and Glenn Durran. He did flag up a couple of issues and a couple of concerns. Not been practicing as much recently. We'll get into that a little bit more as commentary goes throughout the day. But you've got to say, Andy Hamilton is the standout performer in terms of name value for today's action.
Well, yesterday we confirmed John Henderson as our first finalist through Group A. We're going to have a big Hendo Weekendo here at the Super Series. Group B will be our focus a little bit later on tonight at 10 o'clock, and we'll preview that in a little bit more detail as the day goes along. But let's get into Group C and see what the bookmakers make of it, because, as I say, it's one of those groups where you can probably make a case either one way or another. Now, the big news as far as the betting is concerned is that Justin Hood has come in. Him and Andy Hamilton at the beginning of the day were 9-4 joint favourites. Some money's been laid on Justin Hood over the last couple of hours.
And I'm not sure I like it. He did do very well last time he was here, which, you know, that's probably why that move has come. People remember what he did the last time he was here when he made it all the way through to Champions Week. But I do like the value in Andy Hamilton, and I also quite like that little cheeky 13-2 there on Alan Tappan.
He thinks the Saints could be getting the win in Portsmouth. We will not talk any more about that. Right, let's get into the bet builder for the day, shall we? These are the accumulators that you've been betting on at home, and we put it into a handy little acca for you. So it pays just over 4.5 to 1 today. Now, you've got a couple of concerns about the one at the top, haven't you?
I've got concerns about them all, really. I think this is going to be quite a tight one to land in. I don't like the odds. I would expect a lot more value than that in terms of this bet right here. Robbie King, we saw him yesterday. He sort of weakened as the day went on. Yesterday was his worst by far. He walked out of this room holding onto his arm, and he was having a bit of trouble there with the throw. So I certainly wouldn't be looking at an odds on him at the moment. I'd like to see how it goes. We might be saying after a game or two, okay, he's fine today, but I certainly wouldn't want to be putting it at the start of the day. I'd want to see Robbie King play before I was taking that on. Same for Justin Hood. For the reasons I've just said, he's been sort of on crutches for the last couple of weeks. I want to see him play before I'd be taking that.
So 18 plus B, gambleaware.org. Well, it's time to get tucked into our action then on day 4 at the Super Series. And kicking off our action, it is Justin Hood in action up against Michael Huntley. Matthew Edgar is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all of the action in the company of the 3-time Lakeside champion. It's a very good afternoon to Glenn Torrance.
Yes, good afternoon, Henry. Excellent analysis as always, chaps. Very intriguing Group C we have here, and I have to agree with an awful lot that Matt Edgar was saying. I'll say that quietly before he gets back into the commentary box there, but I think he's absolutely nailed it. I was really intrigued to have a chat with Justin today. If you remember on Monday morning, I said that I really fancied him to win the whole week. I thought he was fantastic value at 18-1. But I left sort of a little bit concerned after the chat because he's been on crutches the past 3 weeks for an injury he had to his knee. Hasn't practiced an awful lot. He was meant to be representing England a few weeks ago and had to pull out a couple of days before as well. So when you look at preparation, you would say it's not ideal. Where's the man in your picture there, Michael Huntley? He's played with a bit of a smile on his face, which may be a little bit surprising because once again,
game on.
He's suffering a little bit with sciatica. So it does feel like there's a couple of injuries out there in this Group C, a couple of the older players as well. So I absolutely have no idea how it's going to go.
100.
Because as a dart player, you like to prepare well because your mindset when you walk up as you throw them first 3 darts is usually the graft that you've been putting into the preparation of getting
60.
here. This man in your picture's barely picked up a dart, so he's finding his way through this Group C, but not a bad start, as I'm joined by my co-commentator, Matthew Edgar.
82.
Morning, everyone. Afternoon, in fact. Old habits and all that. We do start at a later time now. Used to be 9:30. It's been 9:30 for the last couple of mornings for
83.
myself and Michael Huntley, who has been here for the entire week. It's not been a successful week so far for him, but that means absolutely nothing in terms of Group C.
119.
It's all about what's here and in front of him, rather than what has come and gone.
Very similar grips. Very interesting there because what Michael does, he's virtually holding the stem.
123.
I'm just watching Justin, and I'm watching sort of up close and personal for the first time, and he's also very high up on that dart there, so the trajectory will sort of make the dart sit
60.
up, whereas if you hold the point of a dart or lower down, that's when a dart really starts to understack. So, Michael, the best thing for him right now is that he's starting back with everybody on 0 points because it was a torrid Group A for him, but he never let his head go down. And what was very interesting was the fact that his last 3 games against top-class players, he won 2 of them. As Justin Hood looks at double 10 for an absolute barnstormer of a start.
120. Mike Yukan, 95.
Well, he did tell us it wouldn't be a problem. I kind of wanted to see it with my own eyes first. And he appears to be right. Oh, and that's a bounce out there for Huntley. There is still an option for him. It's going to have to be treble 19 for the double.
Game shot
The
on the
doubles
first
was
leg.
not a problem for
Huntley.
Michael Huntley on day 1 and 2. They might not be a problem for him here on day number 4. That was a fantastic turnaround. When you've had that ball reject the
Second
dart.
leg, Mike
and
to throw first.
he was
Game
starting
on.
on the 25 and ball. He was trying to make the shot as simple as possible. He ended up with probably the hardest combination and real good signs to start the day here for Huntley.
One thing, just a little caveat to that is the fact that
59.
his best legs in Group A were always his first leg. It was sort of that mid-match area where he sort of dipped off a little bit, but I think he's a guy who does self-reflect. He's been sort of
93.
studying the week and realising that he needed to score better. He sort of put that to bed a little bit yesterday, but then went missing a little bit on his doubles, so we
36.
just don't know what we're going to get with these 2 players.
Well, I can back that up with a little bit of numbers and information for you there. On day number 1 and 2, he played 10 matches of darts and only thrown 35
44.
darts at a double across Monday and Tuesday combined. Yesterday, he had 45. So across 5 matches, he had 10 more darts at a double than he did
81.
across the 10 matches that previous before that. that just shows that he's started to find a little bit of consistency and starting to eke
100.
out some of these treble-less visits.
Yeah, and what's backed that up as well, he sort of went a little bit quiet on his doubles. So what he said to me as he walked out yesterday, well, it's Group C, Glenn.
85.
I'm going to have to put my scoring power and my doubles together if I'm going to get through this group. But something else I've just sort of noticed, his last start has just crept into the little one. And on that occasion, the little
94.
5, he seems to be walking on that third dart mat. He has to really throw every start the same. Replication is key, Mike.
60.
Much better.
Just in your car, 170.
This has been the Jared Cole finish this week.
93.
Very interesting that if Justin Hood wins the Champion of Champions, well, he's going to buy a Chinese. Well, he's going to have to give it a dim sum if he's going to do that.
100.
As if
Just
you
in
sat
your car,
laughing at your own
77.
jokes. You're probably the only man that is as well, to be fair.
Take 18.
57. Mike, your car, 80.
And for me with 80, it's all about the first dart. You don't want to drift into the 1 and 5. Give yourself at least a dart. And if you get the bonus of the treble, you get 2. Oh,
Game
that's
shot on the
very,
second
very
leg.
nice
Mike
start from Mike
Huntley.
Huntley. A torrid 3 days, but he was very, very aware of the situation. He knew that with Group C, he's back on the same amount of
Third leg
points as
just into
all
third
week. When you
first.
go
Game
back
on.
into that players area and you're looking at your bottom of the table, it can affect your morale, your motivation of getting up there the next time. And
96.
so far, so good, Matt.
It's always interesting to hear the different reasons and things that people are playing for. I remember
125.
when you won the Premier League, Glenn, you says, let's go out for a bit of food, and then you pass me the bill.
There's that fantastic
96.
side view with the players throw. And Mike just showed a little bit of, we've sort of had a bit of a disagreement, me and Matt, regarding the throw, but that looks a lot, it was very tense.
26.
And when you're getting beaten all the time, it does affect when you stand up there. Your body just feels like it's... And obviously with Justin's small guy, so for me, when you're like low down on the sort of
132.
ground that side there, that pullback is really, really important, that elevation that he has there. But that, for me, Matt, looks a lot more smoother. He was playing so tight.
97.
It was actually quite difficult. I was even worried about the hyperextension of that elbow.
I think the key thing to look at with a Justin throw is the point in the hand. Look at how upright it is. That is due to the height
97.
factor. Obviously, everyone's a different level of tallness, if that's a word. And that'll change
not.
how you need to grip or how you throw the dart. And see Justin Hood, that dart
123. Just in your
pointing
car,
right
80.
up towards the board. That's so he can get that nice arc on the dart.
He's going to have a dart at tops, you feel. He needs to get back in this game. That's
Game shot
exactly
on the
what he
third
does, and
leg.
he'll
Justin
feel good
Hood.
about himself. You just want to get that first leg on the board. And there you just see him holding that leg. I don't know if you've noticed that as well, but it can be quite torrid on the body. I think we've got 2 guys
Fourth
here
leg,
who
Mike,
will
to
be
third
suffering
first.
because
Game on.
the guy about to throw his dad's got a really bad back at the moment. Didn't complain about it once. That was the dart he threw on Monday. It just looked tense, as if he was getting
85.
halfway through that throw and sort of pulling back. But if you've got a bad knee, we were just talking off air about the importance of balance as a dart player. And if you're suffering with a knee as you're putting all that pressure on there, you
45.
can see him squint in the eye. This is not good signs for Justin Hood.
It is quite a
84.
sport full of explosive move. You're trying to stand in a static position and apply explosive movement to generate
58.
force. It is one of them things that we need to start looking into as players, into stretching routines and maintenance, because
80.
it was all right years ago. You won't play as much, but now the darts are that regular that the wear and tear is taking its toll all the way from the bottom to the top, and it's something that the players have got to change because they can't expect
48.
anything else to change. You've got to control what you can control.
Hence the reason I kept my 6-pack.
Thought you drank one of them last night.
77.
Teetotal. 180 would be nice here. He talked
96.
very confidently, Justin, didn't he? He said, no, don't worry, Glenn. I will be winning it this week. He knew that I tipped him to win it the overall. I don't feel
84.
so good about him right now because we're literally in leg 4 and it just looks like every dart there's a bit of pain there for him. He might have to change
58.
his stance. He might have to
Mike
take
Khan,
that,
91.
the emphasis on that front knee. And you can just see him there. He's definitely walking. Michael looks at treble 14. Big 20. Job
51.
done. Leaves him 3 darts at tops. You just snapped your hands off for that at the beginning of the leg. And Justin's floundering.
And this is why I said I'd like
60.
to see these
Mike
players
Lucar,
for a couple
40.
of games before jumping on those markets. Not able to
Justin Lucar,
adjust, but
136.
the way this one's been going so far, Justin Hood only hit 1 treble in his last 12 darts. The likelihood is we will see Michael Huntley return, and we will, and he might leave himself in a bit of a mess.
Yeah, I'll try and talk about
Mike Lucar,
when you've got
10.
a bit of pain in your body as you're throwing a dart in the last leg. But you can see him there. He's not good. And Mike lost to stamp his authority. He's been good on the double area this
Being
week.
shot on the
And that
fourth
last
leg.
dart will
Mike
feel like
Huntley.
gold dust. But again, it looks like it's more relief. Show your opponent how much it means. Have a little bounce in your step. You would think he's missed
It's like
his
Justin to throw
reaction there.
first. Game on.
But Justin, what he'll be doing each time as he's thrown that, he's waiting for the pain to kick in. When you're not feeling great in the rocky, and all of a sudden,
100.
the big thing that Justin does as any dart player, when they're staring at that target area right now, that's what you need to do. But if you're thinking, when's the pain, when's it coming, you forget your technique.
132.
I can 100% vouch for that as someone who's had a lot of issues for many years with my wrist and my nerve in my arm. Even when
57.
it doesn't hurt, it's anticipation. It's the waiting. You don't commit, I think is the best way to put it. And you end up only 70% of your action is there. And I think that might be how he's feeling here. Just that fear of committing, that anticipation.
Your wrist seemed all right last night.
140.
Practicing really well.
$38.
Yeah, Michael, who's on the back of his last 3 games, he's got that win feeling all of a sudden.
96.
Really has to really get through this game. I just want to start messing about because Justin would have been a big favourite for this game.
97. Justin Lucar, 108.
And I thought you were spot on with your analysis, Matt, on the balcony there. It was really important to see how these players were playing before we looked at any bets.
48.
Yeah, this is where you get the notepad out and you do a bit of scouting and you try and pick out some key bits of information. We'll
55.
be talking you
Just
through
in your
those
car,
as well,
60.
some notepad moments. But this could be one of them.
$20. Mike Lucar, 135.
It would be a great way to win the match. You look at the bullseye first. Can't do it.
So when I say those notepad moments, this is what we're going to be looking at here now. We're going to be assessing Justin Hood. We're going to be assessing him under pressure. Because those
45.
two darts
Justin
at
Lucar,
tops to me
40.
seemed very safe and lofty.
Another great
No
angle,
score.
and you
Mike
can see the
Lucar,
problem when you
90.
throw a dart too good. It sort of covers that bed. And like I said, just kissed off that last one. And for Mike, he's got to stay safe and start on the 20s bed. Now he can be aggressive. Do you, for your first dart, do you use that as a sighter? He went very aggressive, the right way to do.
No score.
And
Justin
that last
Lucar,
dart there
40.
was He'd be frustrated with that last start if this double doesn't go in, that's for sure.
Game shot on the fifth
But it
leg,
does.
Justin Hood.
But would it have gone in had Michael Huntley been left himself on a single darter? We'll never know the answer to that question. But that little bit of pressure could have changed the thought
Six leg
pattern there
Mike to
going
throw
into that last
first.
start.
Game on.
Could have seen it pulled low. A bit of petulance perhaps there from Michael Huntley.
And like I said, I think he's been great this week. I think his attitude's been
95.
first class. When you're getting beaten up each time, he come back and his conclusion was very good yesterday. Hence the reason he had that little bit of a bounce in the step. But this is a big leg of darts.
98.
Oh, you can just see the pain, can't you? It's
Going to be a long couple of days, you feel, for Justin Hood. That being said, I think he's throwing in the patches here that
140.
he is going to get victories. And, you know, he could be competitive, certainly, as it goes, but we've not just got to watch him here. It's how he manages this throughout the day.
56.
Because, yes, you need to be sitting down in between, but the longer he sits down, the more it's going to feel like it seizes, like you're changing from comfort to uncomfort. And I think he's just got to commit and run with it.
Tell you what, if I was
137.
Andy Hamilton or Alan Tavern now, I'd be delighted because Justin, Michael and Robbie King are suffering with potential injuries.
59. Mike Ricard 129.
He's running away with this now as he looks at treble 19. And a big fat 17. Job done. He's going to
99.
get 3 darts at tops. We've both miscounted.
$58. Mike Ricard 30.
So, he's already at a big 15 on the 30 finish. He's got time on his hands. Is he thinking about 14 double 8? He's just realising now he wasn't on 139, he's on 129. You've got to eradicate that. The focus has to be on the target area again. He went for the 14 double 8, and that's the problem. And Justin doesn't look the happiest in the background. That is a mess.
No score.
And that stems from the fact he was still working out, Matt, what happened in them previous 3 darts.
Past, present and future tense. His mind was in the past tense. It's going to be under pressure this time.
What
He might have to go straight for it because Justin Hood
Mike Ricard,
has hit
30.
the first maximum of the day. Great timing.
He's direct. How aggressive? Too aggressive. He's thrown this leg away.
Could have thrown the match away here because he's
No
thrown
score.
first in this
Justin
leg.
Ricard 50.
Justin Hood, if he takes out this 50, will be throwing first in the last leg. This could be the biggest steal you have ever seen.
18.
Michael Huntley
Mike
had no
Ricard,
luck
30.
this week, and everybody was playing their best against him. They were hitting darts on doubles on the left start. That's what he's got to focus on as he looks at this double 15. Now just all in.
15. Justin Ricard 32.
Michael Huntley should be back in the back room having a debrief on this match. You feel the level of frustration as he's trying to eat his darts in the background.
I was about to say, this is an impossible shot.
16.
He was just
Mike
so
Ricard,
far
15.
away. Now, Michael, penny for your thoughts right now, but just focus on that big 7. Let the arm do the work. Now take your time. Stare the double 4 out and execute.
Game shot in the
He
match.
got there in the
Mike
end.
Huntley.
It wasn't pretty, but it's 2 points on Michael Huntley, and that you'd be delighted with. For Justin Hood, real concerns. It's a long week here at the MODUS Super Series, but it's Michael Huntley that gets the 2 points. Forget about the averages there. It was all about the 2 points, and it's Michael Huntley that takes them. Next up, Andy Hamilton against Jared Cole at this short break. And welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. A strange old first game. Michael Huntley will be delighted with the 2 points, but won't be satisfied with the performance. And these two players will have a real opportunity to lay a marker down. Andy Hamilton, one of the real legends of the game, went right up to number 2 in the world, and maybe for the name of Phil Taylor would have won a lot more competitions. Still feels great about his game against the very unpredictable Jared Cole was the name I've used, sort of regarding him, but very, very talented. Just a young lad, very mature. He's changed his darts this week. He was wearing glasses during the week, and I just got a funny feeling that this could be the group for Jared Cole, where we see the real best of him. It's a tough match against the Hammer, because he will dictate the pace. This guy in your pitch has just got to be that fluent, excellent throw that he has. That's very elegant at his best, but he can be a little bit wayward, which he'll want to correct in this Group C campaign. I'm joined by Matthew Edgar. Who do you fancy for this one?
I think Andy Hamilton coming in fresh into this match could be a bit of a telling factor. Jared Cole, if we look at what we've seen from him so far this week.
First leg, Andy did through first. Game on.
Can only describe it as erratic. He's had some fantastic moments. 19 180s, 6 tumblers finishes. 2 of those was the maximum 170. One of which was for the match. But when it came to
42.
the crunch, and it was more when he had time to process. When he had 3 darts in hand, that's when Jared Cole seemed to struggle at getting out of games. But one thing we do know about Jared is he is one of the most experienced players in this field. He will know that Group A was Group A and this is Group C. He has had the second most amount of appearances as anybody here at the Super Series, only beaten by Andy Jenkins.
83.
So what do we know about Andy Hamilton? Well, first of all, he used to use a set of darts from a local shop that were about £6.
125.
Say, I'm loving the look of these new darts he's using. He's looking very slim, very fit, and I'm liking them darts. You're a bit of a connoisseur on your darts.
Very colourful, aren't they? Which is
140.
always nice on the eye. And obviously they're something you've got in common with Andy as well, because I've never known you pay more than £6 for anything.
59.
Didn't take you long for the insults to start. I didn't go out with Matt last night. Actually, I went out with a duck.
80.
Went out for a meal.
You really want me to play along with this one?
Yeah.
How did you go out with the duck?
Well, I went out with the duck, and you're supposed to say, how did he pay?
Oh, how did he pay?
He put it on his bill. Come on.
The fact you're still smiling
99.
whilst
Andy
telling
Carl,
that joke,
156.
I do apologise.
Another one of them would be nice.
140.
Really nice start from
Jared
both
Carl,
players.
78.
And these are the types of finish we've talked about so much. Don't miss the 18. The treble is the bonus.
72. Andy Carl,
Disappointed because
16.
that was very typical of his Group A campaign. Very stylish. But when he came to the conclusion, at times he really went missing. And the Hammer, look at the focus and determination. That's what he's built his career around. This is tricky.
No score. Jared Carl, 6.
A reprieve for Jared, but an opportunity to break the throw here. Let's not forget that this is a big moment early on in this game, because these are very short format matches. A little bit tricky. He's had to come around it. Oh, this is getting almost impossible. He's got to squeeze this in the bottom right-hand corner.
No score. Andy Carl, 16.
And this is where I said about being fresh. Andy Hamilton misses. It's okay. I've just missed a few. For Jared Cole, he thinks, here we go again. When you're feeling like that, it's normally the last start that comes in, just as you get in a little bit of hope.
Jared Carl, 6.
You also start thinking about 2-2-2 at this point, and that's what's going through his mind. He has that scar tissue of missed doubles this week. That's the problem. Or 2-2-1. We'll have to go back upstairs. He does want to hit the big one first off.
No
That's
score.
exactly
Under your
what he
car
does.
8.
This is an absolute mess from what was a good scoring start from both players.
Getting shot on the first leg. Andy
I
Hamilton.
guess, Matt, that's all that really counts in the end. I think if one player can brush that side off, it'll be Andy Hamilton. He's just about getting to the
Second
four
leg, Jared
legs.
to
And
throw first.
how he
Game
gets
on.
there is a little bit irrelevant. For Jared, you just feel is that them concerns of the missed doubles
96.
replicate exactly what he was doing in that group. Is that where his mindset all of a sudden goes to?
I think when it comes to it, I don't think anything really rocks Andy Hamilton. And it's ironic he's here on
85.
World Match Play Week, because I think every time World Match Play is on, we always think of Andy Hamilton and we think about that iconic match that he had with Simon Whitlock, who I know tunes into this. So if you are watching today, Simon, I do apologise for bringing that up for at least the 10,000th time you probably heard it this week.
Yeah, his best run. Andy was the semi-final. And I bet you can guess
134.
who beat him.
I think the real key thing, though, with Andy Hamilton is not what he did at his best in terms of the longest run he had. It's how often he did
135.
it. There was a time in PDC darts where you just put Andy Hamilton in the quarter-final, semi-final stage before it even started, because you knew that's where he was going to be. And sometimes longevity
80. Jared Yukon 90.
was just as important, especially when we're talking about the legacies that the players leave on the game.
66.
That would be concerning for Jared, because this is where he was able to get out of legs, combination shots. It was the 3 darts in hand, which seems to be carrying through. Well, it certainly did in that opening leg.
Now I'm thinking Alan Tabben will be licking his lips in. Nobody
18.
can play well
Jared
today.
Yukon 24.
We've got our concerns for Robbie King. If he plays like he did Monday, Tuesday,
Getting shot on the second leg. Jared
Cole will
Cole.
be thinking, well, if I can just put my doubles away, I feel I'm the strongest player in this group. He'll be fighting his own demons out there, but you become a better player when you come through
Third
adversity.
leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
Just got to stay positive.
$54.
Yeah, you talk about longevity for the Hammer. 2007, he won a Pro Tour Players Championships. 2022, he won his last and only
99.
Challenge Tour as well. So, and I think that's slightly changed over the years. Just seems to be coming over that left eye, doesn't he?
123.
He looks a bit fitter, doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's a conscious decision as well. I know before he was talking about going out and doing walking, and
40.
I believe he got a dog as well to go on some walks with. And definitely a lot more slimline. We said the same about Jared Cole earlier in the week as well. And it's good to see players taking that side of the game seriously now.
95.
Gone are the days of coming out of a venue and jumping in a kebab shop like Glen Durrant. It's more, a little bit more conscious about what that
100.
food does and the energy that it provides.
Well, I changed too. I went from doner to chicken. But we've been having a chat off air about the back leg and talking about the balance, and that was always quite unique with a Hammer. Virtually the same direction as front foot and back foot, just behind each other, very
140.
much like Ross Smith. Makes him very upright, whereas this one, for me, very elegant arm. Makes it look very easy when he does that.
126. Andy Yukon 89.
Treble 19 for the Hammer. I've had a little look at Cole's score, meaning he has to bring the bullseye into consideration.
44.
I can assure you, he did go for that.
Jared Yukon 136.
See, I would have liked to have seen him refuse the option. Just to ask the question of the
96,
opponent
and
early
Yukon
on. You know he's not on the
45.
very top of his game. So it's just saying, if you're good enough, pal. And it's also saying, I don't think you can hit this.
These are those 2 dart combinations.
Game
He was
shot on the
awry in
third
the first leg, but
Andy
not this
Hamilton.
time. He'd be chuffed to pieces over that because he'd probably feel his scoring is okay. He'll give himself 7 out of 10 there, but his thought might go back to that missed doubles in the first
Both
one.
excited through
So
first.
it's
Game
nice
on.
just to get that one under your belt there, and he's deep in concentration there, thinking, well, this is the leg where I'm
58.
2-1 up, it's going on throw. He hasn't hit a treble. If I break him here, I'm going to go on and win this game. So it feels like a bit of a free roll when it's happening like that, and your body does relax a little bit.
93.
I suppose we should get to that time of the day as well where we offer out some losing tips. We're going to ask for Glenn Durrant's tips here. I said up on the balcony that I think Alan Tabern is great value. I'm sticking with that
43.
13-2. Who do you think wins this group? Who are you going to give the curse of Dozzers tips to?
Well, it was Justin Hood, so I just don't fancy after watching that first game. If it's a fit and healthy Robbie King, I'll go with the Aussie.
123.
Robbie King, 11-2 to win the group. So we've both gone for a bit of value here. We've gone for the 13-2 Alan Tabern. But just to give you a
45.
warning, Dozzers tips strike rate is around about 5%.
Remember to gamble responsibly. 18 plus.
96.
BeGambleAware.org. And when the fun stops, stop. Jared Cole just gone a little bit quiet again.
100.
Just gives him an outside chance. Remember, this would be for a breaker throw. And scores of 93, 1, 2, 3, and 96 has give the hammer the ascendancy. Well, you won't like that first dart.
39.
Once again, it's a lot warmer in the venue now as we get to the summer months. I think a couple of times in the winter, the people were blowing the fingers to keep it warm. Right now, it's quite warm in there. And you can see Hammer just picking away at his shirt.
139. And your car 150.
Talking about Whitlock, still my favourite finish of 2022 was those 3 bulls at the Euro Tour. I don't think we'll be getting that from the Hammer.
134.
What a fantastic
Jared
setup
O'Carr,
shot. And that forces
116.
the issue now for Jared Cole, but he's hit plenty of these this week, these 100 plus checkouts. He might be about to add to that column.
80. And your car 16.
Big moment in the match. Andy Hamilton, 3 darts in hand to break the throw.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Andy Hamilton.
Exactly what he does. It was big moments. But he is a big man when it comes to really tight games. He still has aspirations of being a
Fifth leg
professional
Andy to
player.
through first. Game
Loves
on.
the game as much as ever. He's absolutely delighted to get this opportunity from the MODUS Super Series, and like we've said many times, we're getting very, very close now to Champions Week, and the type of money
95.
that's on offer now to the winner, it just brings so many other opportunities now. And for a second there, I thought it was Strictly. If he's looking for something else, he was dancing about on the hockey. Just a quick change with the flights and stems there.
59.
That's what I like to see as well. The players over 50 always wear shoes, don't they? Nice, shiny black shoe. Never mind the Matt Edgar cheap trainer. Asda Das.
123.
And the ironic thing is, I remember someone put a poll out and says, what's one of the biggest pet hates in darts? And I said, trainers with shoes. And then I joined the club.
44.
I just couldn't find a nice pair that had that sort of comfort factor to them. And when you're spending as long as your feet as these guys are, you need a little bit of memory foam, I think, in there, rather than the old blisters.
Well, I went for the memory foam.
82.
It wasn't for me, so I'm back actually wearing a dress shoe again. Not good for me bunions.
58.
Tail of the tape this week for Jared Cole has been his checkout ratio, and he will not be happy when he sees that. He has to correct that. He has to correct
41.
it very, very soon.
It's just more of the same, isn't it? And he'll be feeling that because he'll be very well aware of the story. Because he is someone who likes to follow the
98.
script as
Andy
such
O'Connor,
and
160.
write that story, and thinks that darts is a continuum. It's not. It's a sequence of individual events.
That's a cracking setup. Absolutely
128.
superb, because the standard would to stay on that treble 20 bed when you're on 160. And for me, that could be the final
134.
sucker
Andy O'Connor,
punch.
32.
Now it's just the execution. Can the hammer it in?
Game, shot,
Absolutely
and a match.
superb
Andy
ending to that
Hamilton.
match for Andy Hamilton. Experience really kicked in at the end. So many questions still for Jared Cole. I think he had hopes and aspirations when he come in this morning, but the hammer did the job. It's a big 4-1 victory. Final players are coming up in the first round of games. Next up, it's Alan Tabb against the Aussie Robbie King. It's Group C day here at the Live Lounge at Portsmouth. And already we've seen wins for Mike Huntley over Justin Hood. And we've just seen Andy Hamilton with a big win over Jared Cole, who'll be a little bit disappointed with that. That's the final two players in this Group C. We've seen this guy this week, and we've seen the highs and the lows from the Aussie. He was absolutely outstanding for a day and a half. A real find. And all of a sudden he started struggling on the Tuesday. Something we didn't pick up in comms, but just had a bit of an injury with his elbow, which overnight he said he's had some cream put on. He said he feels an awful lot better. No excuses. And just looking at that there, that
First leg, Alan did through first.
Against Alan Tabb.
Game on.
And the commentators in here, big fans of this man. Just gets on with the job. He's a great character, great player. I've known him for many, many years. Been here twice at the MODUS Super Series and got a 50% rate of getting through to Saturday night. And I think he'll have watched the opening games thinking nothing that he can't beat. But once again, as my co-commentator said very early, Matthew Edgar said, I want to see the games first before I start putting some predictions together. Well, we're getting close to seeing all the
100.
players, Matt. What's your thoughts so far?
Alan Tabban was someone who I was really looking forward to seeing. Like you mentioned, great character. I've had some really
59.
good times with Alan Tabban on the tour over the years, but he really stood out for me in terms of some of the results he's been getting recently. Been popping in a couple of 100+ averages on the
140.
Challenge Tour, so I'm not surprised to see him really trying to push to get a place here at the Super Series. Try and pick up one of those big prizes.
43.
He's beat people like Lucas Venig, who's won a week here not too long ago. Jelle Klassen, a weekly winner. A man who was in last week's finals lineup,
105.
Robert Grundy. Alongside Andy Jenkins, the player who's played here the most out of anybody. Some real good wins, but some real good performances
59.
as well.
Alan
And
Yukar, 97.
I think we're going to see a really good Alan Tabban here. I think there's huge value at 13-2 for him to top this group.
85.
Just a little nervous look over, but Robbie's not on a finish. Very, very impressed with this guy.
85.
See,
Alan
yesterday
Yukar,
we were
12.
scratching our heads until we realised there was something just not right with his throwing arm.
Game shot of the first
That's
leg.
a perfect
Alan
start for
Tabban.
Alan Tabban. That's been the ideal start. Nice 16 dart leg and a little bit of appreciation there from Robbie King, which is very good. The sportsmanship
Second
once
leg, Robbie
again
to
this
third
week, Matt,
first.
has been
Game on.
absolutely brilliant next door.
I did notice, though, today that there was a lot more talking in there. I mean, part of that's because Alan Tabban's in there and he likes to moan about
180.
everything. So he was probably leading the chat of world darts and how it is wrong.
140.
I would love to see the world of darts if Alan Tabban was at the very top of it, because you often find that a lot of his ideas are all based around Alan Tabban.
When I think of Alan Tabban, I
93.
think of him and Wayne Jones just playing cards all night, moaning about who won the 5 pence and you didn't play it last time.
180.
This is much, much better. Just having a good look at Robbie's throw. No signs of any issues with his throwing arm there. And like I
180.
said, if we see the guy that played on Monday, I think he would dominate this group. That's how good he was. But you're up against someone so unpredictable when you
170.
stand behind
Robbie
Alan
Yukar,
Tabban.
48.
They should not be going in the direction they're going in. Everything I hate about the throw is Robbie for an 11 darter.
16. Alan Yukar, 11.
This is a match, or a leg, should I say. It's had 3 180s in it already. Could have been more if Alan Tabban didn't have to go for
Game
the
shot on the
bullseye. It wasn't
second
at the
leg.
maximum
Alan
visit.
Tabban.
And that is an 11 dart break of throw for Alan Tabban. That is why this man is the value play. A man who's won 8 PDC titles across
Third
his
leg, Alan
career.
to through first. Game on.
Yeah, when we spoke to Robbie on Monday, only knew really John Henderson, didn't he, from Group A, despite the fact it was pretty stacked. Sure, he knows
100.
Tabs and Andy Hamilton as well. We didn't get the chance. I didn't really want to disturb him this morning. I didn't want to remind him of the potential issue, but his throw, like it's looking fine. There's just no
100.
issues for me now. So it seems like the cream has actually worked.
You like a quiz, don't you, Glenn?
Armour.
97.
Are you going to talk about my performance on Eggheads now?
I
Well,
know
I
you've
beat
been
the-
on a few shows before.
Well, I beat
Eggs,
the
Crime
UK.
Watch.
Well, I beat the UK's cleverest man.
Well, let's see if you know a bit of darts trivia.
180.
Which dart player hit the first 180 at the Alexandra Palace PDC World Championships?
100.
Just while I'm thinking there, this is a sensational game, by the way. 4 180s already.
60.
Come on, production team, help me. I can hear in my ears.
I'll give you a clue. He's wearing blue, and he might be about to hit one right now.
Oh, Robbie King.
180. Robbie Yukar, 161.
What a game.
Well, I hope he doesn't. He'll be busting if he hits a 180 from here. 161 to get the throw back. Not able to. The best average we have seen so far this week, 111.33.
45. Alan
is
Yukar,
under
24.
threat because Alan Tabban is firing.
Well done, Matt. What a dart.
Game shot on the third
What a
leg.
finish that is. I
Alan
can't even begin to tell you how good that double three was, because you soon realise how well that you're playing, and then you think just a couple of missed doubles there, and Robbie was on a 3-dart finish, a
4 leg Robbie to
1-1-6.
third first. Game
This
on.
has been a superb start from Alan Tabban. Outstanding.
44.
And it's everything I hate about a throw. The point of release of that dart is above his eyes. His
100.
elbow lifts up as it goes. Not my cup of tea, but he's thrown like that every single time. Now, give me that throw every day of the week. And the throw that I like, technically, is getting smashed 3-0.
100.
Go figure. Try and assess this one, Matt.
The actual
96.
point of release, like you say, it's same every time. The elbow does come up high, and the elbow does start above the shoulder, which is the no-no. When the elbow comes up above the shoulder.
134.
But it comes down with the throw. The shoulders come in with it. So the actual release point is where it should be. It's just set so high.
97.
Remember a play called Mark Hilton? It's very similar.
Yeah. Wasn't he a pilot?
He was a cabin crew or cabin manager, I believe.
85.
Be disappointed with that last set, but the positives for Robbie King is I figured he wasn't even going to be playing today. That was how much distress he was in that last game last night.
58.
You're going to have to win 2
Robbie
legs to
O'Connell,
be in Group B.
138.
Is that why you brought your darts in today? You thought you might get a game?
Yeah, well, when I seen two big a range, I thought I'm in.
98.
Lovely last
On
start.
your car, 150.
And this is for the match. It's been absolutely brilliant for Tab, and this would be a wonderful way to finish it. Why did he go for treble 20 again? Because that first start was laid absolutely perfect for him.
110. Robbie O'Connell, 40.
As well as Robbie King has played in this match, he's only had 2 darts at a double so far. So a bit of a
Game shot on the fourth
rarity.
leg. Robbie King.
He is back on course. He has got the long way to go, though. He's going to break Alan Tabban twice, and the way Alan's playing here, he's going to need
Fifth
2
leg, Alan
things to
to
happen.
third
He's going
first.
to have to come
Game
slightly
on.
off the boil, and Robbie King's going to have to maybe find one more treble in each leg.
So he was the first player to hit a 180 Ali Pally. Who was the first player I played in the PDC?
100.
I averaged 99.98. Lost 6-5.
60.
I believe
And he's got a blue shirt and he's about to hit a 180.
it was Alan Tabban on a streaming board in Wigan.
41.
That bit I can't remember. Can Robbie King
46.
come back in this? Well, not with scores like that. There's Tabban. First sign of a poor score was his previous with that 41. He's
44.
got winning line Titus.
Good use of the word Titus as well there, because that is something that I've described Alan Tabban as for many of years. Remember they used to do that episode
125.
Tourmates as well. A lot of people picked Tabban for that as well. Michael Smith, I remember, saying Alan Tabban was the tightest man on the
100.
tour, and Alan Tabban went and had words with him. I don't know how he could possibly defend himself.
He asked him to pay him off. And a little
84.
smile on his face there, because he was already thinking of the 170 finish minimum after that superb. This could be the deciding factor. It could be the deciding factor.
140.
Did you see the response from Robbie King? 'Cause it's no longer in his hands. So all he can do now is set it up and put some pressure on that 76. But the way Tabs is playing, you have to fancy it. But fair play to Robbie King. And
85.
once again,
Ollie
his
McCall,
final dart is
76.
drifting for the match. He's going to get one dart and a double. And that dart is tops.
46.
He is a guy
Robbie
who
O'Connell,
loves tops as
101.
well. He's one of those big tops hitters. I'd be disappointed to have hit the double 5, but needs a treble. Gets it. He's got choices. chooses the double 16.
Game shot on the fifth
Best
leg.
three
Robbie
darts
King.
of the day. From his preparation as he stood there, I thought he fancies this 101, and everyone was thrown with conviction. That treble 19, that big 12 right in
Six
the
leg
middle. He
Robbie
then
defers
stood
first.
back,
Game on.
stared at that double 16. That was superb. That was Robbie King, Matt, from Monday. I said, could he fight back?
He's fighting
100.
back hard. He's windmilling. Tabern just
97.
slightly off the boil, still averaging very well, but not finding that first start the way he was. You could pretty much guarantee that first start was going in the treble 20 early on.
100.
Yeah, he's very rhythm, isn't he? I wouldn't class him as a real aimer. Everything is exactly the same. And when one goes,
100.
usually the other follows it. And that's Alan Tabern's game. Just a great character as well there. I've got all the time in the world for Tabs.
100.
Liking what I'm seeing from Robbie King. Remember to give us a follow at Twitter at MSS Darts. Get some questions to us. Love to hear what your thoughts are as we get to the business end of the week. Not anything
46.
about your own game. We can chat anything technical. Just get in touch. Give MSS Darts a follow.
44. Robbie
This is
O'Carr,
like a game of follow the
155.
leader. They're just following each other's shots. If a player hits one treble combo or trebleless visits, they're just playing along at the moment.
75.
We'll save you
Alan
the last
O'Carr,
dart.
160.
He should stay there. He doesn't want to leave that treble 20 bed, even though he's covering it so much
60.
because he still
Robbie
leaves a
O'Carr,
two-dart
80.
combo. And for Robbie King, I've talked about the importance of not drifting on the first dart. So 2 darts for 3-3.
70. Alan O'Carr,
A bit
100.
bored between that one and the double. A long way off. Couldn't adjust. Tabern loves tops, so I'd expect to see him tops if he can't find the treble with the opener.
Game shot on the match.
Really
Alan
good
Tabern.
game, really good polished performance there. And that's what you expect from a man who's won 8 PDC titles. And he's brought that level here to the Super Series. Robbie King, nice to see him back playing the way he was on day number 1 and 2. And he will be a danger as the day goes on. But the points in this one go the way of Alan Tabern, a 4-2 success. Coming up next, we've got Michael Huntley taking on Andy Hamilton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are a round of fixtures down for our afternoon session on Thursday, and we have seen wins already for Michael Huntley, Andy Hamilton and Alan Tabban so far, who got the better of Robbie King in impressive fashion before the break, when average just under 96. So it is seconds out, round 2 for our day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's 2 of our first 3 victors going toe-to-toe as Huntley takes on Hamilton in the company of Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, it's a real opportunity for someone to get to 4 points very early, and there'll be 3 players sat on 0. So the mindset when you get back to the players area is that I'm already 4 points, a couple of wins in front of players. So already very early in this Group C, a lot of emphasis on this game.
First leg, Mike, you through first.
We do use that word momentum an awful lot in darts, and if you can just get that winning feeling, especially for this guy about to throw his 3 darts, because Group A was just 3 wins out of 15. He must have having a terrible time, and I think we use the word embarrassment as well when you go back to that players area when you're losing. But whereas now we can play that role where he could be sat on 4 points, but it's a tough ask against this guy because he's just solid.
Michael Huntley did win his opening game. That was the first game of the day, a 4-2 victory over Justin Hood, where he did break the throw in that match as well. But the people out there in Hunterland didn't read too much into that. They wasn't impressed with the way in which Michael Huntley won that game. He was actually, Andy Hamilton here, was 8-15 this morning to win this match. Just before they went off, he moved out 4-11.
That's interesting, Matt. Yeah, he should have gone downstairs on the 19s on 265. He doesn't want to stay there.
100.
That is very disappointing. That's yeah, he should know. He's shaking his head now because just the wrong way. Is he in the heat of the moment? You have to still have that mind
96
with you at all times. He's given Andy Hamilton really a free hit and the opportunity for Mike to have a go at the big finish. He should look at the bullseye here.
60.
So his board management in this first leg has been a bit disappointing. And for the hammer, is it going to be the bull or double 5? He's thinking. Well, it's going to be the bull. Centre of the board.
37.
I'd describe Michael Huntley's last 6 darts as panicked. Can he recompose? That will certainly help settle him in.
Game shot on the first leg.
Much better there from Michael Huntley. It looked panicky going into that 105, but the doubles, we keep saying, have been his strong point. They've been his saviour this week.
Second leg, Andy to through first. Game on.
To some more points in this group.
I think Michael Huntley was thinking, I wish the MODUS Super Series was just a 1-leg shootout. Because I think he would have topped Group A. I would be topping Group C also.
140.
Now he has to show that. Now it's that consistency throughout. It looks so much more relaxed. Them 2 points in that opening game, it was very scrappy against
100.
Justin Hood. In fact, he nearly threw it away at the end. It just looks like because he's playing in the World Seniors, the qualifiers, and doing very, very nicely.
140.
Scoring here from the hammer has been the star attraction in this match so far. But Huntley in that 105
60.
finish is all that really counts. Having a quick assessment of the score there.
140.
That's his 4th 140 already. We're only a leg and a half into it.
140. And
sometimes when your opponent's playing so well, it just allows you just to get into the pace of the game rather than trading negative scores and negative thoughts.
69.
Was for a potential 12 darter there from Andy Hamilton. I say that a lot of the time. I found it easier to play a Van Gerwen or a Michael Smith because you just knew what to expect. You didn't have to think, what are they going to do? Am I going to get an opportunity? You knew you had to make your own opportunity.
bit like when I used to beat you 6-0. Double three. Just to the left-hand side of that double three is all he's looking. No consideration of the right-hand side. You can see one little section. And that's unlucky.
6.
Even I had to look
Michael
twice.
Carr 141.
Our brilliant referee had to look twice. Michael Huntley now just got a free chance at this 1-4-1. He's 2 darts away now. .62 left. Like I said, it's good that he's just double-checked because his counting in this game's been a bit awry.
109.
Setup
And
play
Michael
is
Carr
fantastic.
6.
Double three was difficult before, Matt. This is very, very tricky.
A little bit of urgency will just focus the mind. He's had to move left to try and play around that dart. Oh, he can't go left. He's got to go right. Slide to the left. Slide to the right.
No score.
He doesn't hit the target real smooth.
Michael Carr 32.
Doesn't pick it up real smooth either.
You can tell this is a World Seniors match, both of them. Now over that age of 50. He's babyface Huntley. This has to go.
No score. Andy O'Carr 6.
It's fair to say that Group C, the players are scoring very nicely. The doubles have been rubbish.
Fair assessment for everyone
Getting
so far.
shot on the
but
second leg.
Alan
Andy
Tabben.
Hamilton.
Hamilton levels us up.
Yeah, it's 1 from 10 for the hammer, but his scoring has been absolutely brilliant. 4 scores of
Third leg, Mike,
140.
you through first. Game
and a
on.
180 as well. So that's why Shakeness had to, despite all those missed doubles, still averaging over 92.
Well, he was on a double after 10 darts, and it ended
30.
up taking him 19 to win the leg. The last 24 points nearly took him as much as the first 477. It's a strange
60.
game when you put it in them sort of terms, isn't it?
I
140.
think Michael will be happy now. He's very competitive in this Group C. He looked out of his depth at times in Group A. His confidence was just waning away, but he finished well and came in today with fresh impetus.
59.
The fact he's getting on that stage thinking and knowing he can win games now just make the game just a little bit nicer.
41.
I think after this lap of fixtures as well, we can start to really see
140.
what the players are going to be playing like and how the group's going to start to unfold. It is a 2-day group, unlike your 3-day group of Group A.
95.
And there are 2 qualifying places available.
Well, there's plenty watching from the northeast, and one of them is Carl Coleman, who played on the ADC Vault system last night in Stockton in
134.
Cleveland, where I live, and missed the double 12 for a 9-darter. He did go on to win the competition.
99.
As I've
Andy
said a couple
O'Carr
of times this week.
108.
The players, also like Jordan Matthews, who's watching as well, they have dreams to be where the hammer is right now. He has to stay on treble 19. What a dart that is. This would be a finish, the highest standard.
76. Michael Carr
And this is
96.
the chances that Michael Huntley wasn't getting. He was laughing away because people were hitting big scores, big finishes against him. Treble 19.
Can only set it up.
36.
Andy Hamilton
Andy O'Carr
will be
32.
feeling good about getting a breaker throw here. Putting himself in the driving seat. A little bit of a stumble. He won't be rushed. He will set himself and he will be ready to throw that dart, and he will only throw it when he is.
28. Microcar 60.
An expected opportunity here for Michael Huntley to hold his throw.
Just has to move to the right-hand side of the tops. And
Game
what
shot
that does,
on
he
the
comes
third
right
leg.
across
Mike
his face.
Humphrey.
And when you hear your game shot, it's a great feeling because he didn't know that first start was hiding that. And he just sort of, once again, Andy Hamilton, 1 from 14.
Fourth leg Andy to
On the
third
checkout
first.
ratio.
Game on.
It's interesting you mentioned that someone else from your region
86.
missed a 9 darter last night, because I was watching you practice last night going, you just missed a 9 darter as well. You missed it on the first dart, you hit big 5.
Why are you being like that?
55.
How many 180s, seriously, how many 180s did I hit last night?
There was a few.
And this is where you see the flight, the angle of the dart. And that's what the player can see.
100.
Sometimes you think, why didn't you go down to the 19s there? Well, you've got to take into consideration the height of the player, the way the darts are sitting there.
That's what we're looking at in this angle here on Michael Huntley, because throughout
100.
the week the darts have been sitting in different angles. Dart kicking left, a dart kicking right, a dart standing up. And that's, when that's happening, a sign that a man doesn't have much control over the weight of the dart. Look at those from Andy Hamilton.
100.
Same angle, same depth. You speak about the sound of the dart on the board. It just gives you that read of consistency.
100.
Better there from Huntley.
Yeah, I'm not the fan of them flights. We've sort of talked about the... She's very traditional as the hammers, but I like the look of the dart. I like the way they're flying for him. We just can't find a double.
100.
So talking about my 180s last night, do you fancy me to win the Seniors in September in one word?
45.
No.
Andy Car 115.
Cheers.
Got to be honest in this business.
59.
Well, if you're being honest, I've just wrote a book. It's called Reverse Psychology. Please don't go and buy the book.
21. Andy Car 56.
Can he find his doubles? First of all, big 16. 2 darts.
24.
Glenn says nothing.
It's like we've got 2 versions of Andy Hamilton today, isn't it? We've got the Andy Hamilton who, when he's playing on that inner ring, is looking like
140.
peak Andy Hamilton
Andy
at
Car
times.
32.
And we've got the Andy Hamilton imposter when it comes to throwing at the doubles.
Yeah, it's getting to a stage you cannot miss it this time. Yes, it's quite a bulbous barrel. So he has to move across there. Can he kiss it off the first one? But that was wayward. This is a bit of hope.
Game shot on the
He
fourth
had to
leg.
go through
Andy
the gate.
Hamilton.
He had to get through that journey of them 2 darts. And once again, he'd be chuffed to pieces to hear the dulcet tone of Mr. Hinks, our referee there. It's 2-2, which is, I think, it's a fair assessment
Fifth
of
leg
this
Mike to
game.
third first. Game on.
I was thinking when you said that there, Matt, I think there's going to be a day soon where we'll see a dart player throwing darts at treble
95.
20s and bring a different set out for doubles. If anyone's going to do it, I guess it's Peter Wright. Well, they certainly do that in pool. They have that break cue and then change again there. So that maybe that's the next thing.
140.
Have you ever played the word association game before, where if I say yellow, you say the first thing that pops into your head?
97.
Say yellow.
Banana.
What's the first word that pops into your head when I say Andy Hamilton?
Stern.
I thought raw, because
Tenacity.
100.
when he was at his best, he had that big Andy Hamilton roar, didn't he? He was so well known for.
44.
What's your first word when you think of me?
Tight.
I thank God Henry's in our production team because he'll tell you I'm not tight.
Went into a very well-known pasty shop
91.
earlier, and they said, that'll be £1.25 for your sausage roll, sir. He says, will you take a quid? Even negotiating with established
You never-
retailers.
You never
95.
take
And
the
your car
first offer.
170.
2-2, 170 each. All to play for here. I'll buy them a steak bake if they get a 170 here. Treble 18.
98.
We
Mike
said that
Lucar
after the first
170.
start had already missed.
Reverse psychology, see.
Another chance here though for
100.
Andy
Andy
Hamilton to
Lucar,
really
72.
take a grip of this match. Had these opportunities come up a couple of times in this game and he hasn't been able to convert. And with Andy Hamilton, you just feel sooner or later he's going
33.
to be able to convert.
Mike
But that's
Lucar
wayward.
70.
I'm wondering if he still had that 5 in his mind there and overcompensated. The treble 18 first. Don't miss the big number, Michael. For double 16. He's been good in this area. And
Game
that
shot on
trend
the fifth leg.
continues.
Mike Huntley.
What a fantastic finish that is. And they're the types of finishes that we bleat on in here. Or 70 finish, 72, 64s. And all of a sudden, Michael Huntley's belief
Six leg Andy
is
to third
coming to the
first.
fore.
Game
That's the
on.
big difference. The big smile there is possibly a conclusion of the way he's assessing his Group A campaign. But all of a sudden, his luck is turning. Well, when opportunity knocks, you've got to grab it with both hands.
37.
And when you hear that score of 37 and you've got the dart in the last leg, you relax. Just think to yourself, one treble.
60.
You talk about yourself writing a book. We might be asking Michael Huntley to write a book if he can get through this one with a victory, because at the halfway point yesterday, we were starting to look at what the odds would have been for Michael Huntley to have lost all his games on that day. And he could be about to open up a Group C campaign with
134.
back-to-back victories, which, when you cast back to Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, that seems so far away and probably one of the most unlikely
100.
solutions going.
Well, we didn't talk about Michael Huntley as a winner of this group, did we, to be fair? But on Monday, when we're looking at his stats and what he's been doing in the World Seniors and his qualification games, and that's what can
85.
happen in the MODUS Super Series. We've seen so many people have a disappointing campaign. Like I said, he is suffering with a bit of sciatica. But something you said that sort of reminds me in the very early, maybe a couple
100.
of days on the dartboard might be a good thing rather than a hindrance. He might be using different muscles, and like I say, he's never showed any signs that he's got a bad back, and he's shown signs here of winning this game.
Just had a look back to the odds at the start of the day. You said we didn't talk about him winning the group. I don't
67.
think many people was. His odds to win Group C before a dart was thrown today, 25 to 1.
Yeah, we were blessed with a lot of pace in the
26.
Group A, and it just feels like the whole thing is just beginning to slow down. It's all being dictated by this man right now. It's proper match play. Real fight and determination will be the two players that get through this group. We had the flair and brilliance of Group A.
58.
And a staggering statistic of Hendo averaging 95 on day 3 throughout the card. This Group C just feels a little bit different.
21. Andy Lucar 120.
Shanghai.
$100.
Once again, just sitting low. He's hit a big 5 and a big 1 going for top, so I thought it was a case of third time lucky. Mike Huntley will be disappointed with his last
40. Andy Lucar
9 darts,
20.
26, 21 and 40. Is he seeing the winning line too early, Matt?
Getting shot on the sixth
Or
leg.
is he just
Andy
focusing
Hamilton.
on trying to get this wrapped up with his own throw, in which case this is the moment and the opportunity for Michael Huntley. But Andy Hamilton has been here a million times before. Where
Seventh and final
you
leg,
need
Mike
get
to
that
third
breaker
first.
throw in
Game
the
on.
last leg shootout, and he's come out on top of these situations many times.
60.
All under the treble 20. That tells me he's just feeling a little bit of tension. This guy won't. As Matt alluded to, been there, done it. Look at the focus and determination in those eyes.
180.
Is that the moment?
$85.
And still in the driver's seat.
$58.
140 needed from Huntley. Do like that first start. I do
100.
feel he feeds better off that first start. And like I said, they're not going in on the angles. They're going in straight. That's the last thing you wanted to see. You can just see his reaction. There's the first one.
80.
Ton brings him back level. What a first start. Can he fill it up? Can he fill it up?
140.
You're thinking yourself, I've got 6 darts on me. My opponent's on 146, so just get me down to a 2-darter.
100. Mike
Fairly
McCall,
happy.
146.
Options on 146. Treble 18, or does he stay there? 68 left. He's got himself a real chance. He's got options at treble 12 or treble 20. He moves right across the hockey there, and that's the only the
93.
problem.
Andy O'Connor,
Gives him
83.
a 2-darter. Over to you, Hammer.
For the match. Perfect first start.
$51. Mike O'Connor, 53.
It's been a tale of missed opportunities. The Hammers had 23 darted a double, but it's Michael Huntley for the match. It went
Game
the
shot in the
distance,
match, Mike
but it's the
Huntley.
Welshman that gets across the line. A big 4-3 victory for Michael Huntley. He's the guy that goes to 4 points, and after the break, it's a return of Robbie King against Justin Hood. And welcome back here in Portsmouth, the live lounge. It's Group C day. And two players who both lost their first games of the day. And for Justin Hood in your picture there, he looked like he was suffering. He has been having problems with his knee. And that was quite evident during that game. Against the man in your picture, Robbie King, who was having his own problems with a couple of injuries with his elbow. But I thought he looked superb in that first defeat against Alan Tabern, who was absolutely
First
brilliant.
leg, Robbie to throw first.
So both players will want to get their campaign
Game
up and
on.
running. Refereed by the brilliant Paul Hinks. And it's the Aussie that starts the match.
$93. $134.
Yeah, we're just both keeping our eyes on sort of Justin Hood there. You see he was wincing in his first
60.
game.
Justin Hood did tell us that the practice
41.
coming into this has been a little bit disturbed. Been spending a little bit of time on crutches. That will affect, obviously, as the day goes on. But these are two players that we had question marks on quite a bit today.
140.
Robbie King. Performance did drop off, but I was impressed with him in that opening game against Alan Tabern. He played against a very good Alan Tabern, a man who has been the performer of the day so
96.
far, 95.74. And if we get that Robbie King play the same here, he's going to be a big, big danger to a man who's won a week here before in Justin Hood.
98.
Yeah, I'm really liking Robbie King again. Like I said, I went at the end of Group A and I was really concerned, is he going to play today? That's how much he was suffering in that final game. What will frustrate him?
45.
He
Robbie
needed a
Carr,
couple of legs to
110.
get to Group B. He was dominating the group for much of it as he looks to treble 17. So his options are treble 14 or treble 18. He goes the 14
50.
route to leave a nice two-darter. It's a good start from the Aussie.
$100.
Good start,
Robbie Carr,
but it's an
60.
even better continuation, because this is a continuation of the performance that we saw in his first match. That is the theme throughout the day. He is going to be off at the top end of this table, battling out for a place in Saturday night for sure.
40. Justin Carr, 85.
He did the hard work there. And this is where you get a free hit for Hood. They look at the 16s, how aggressive on the treble. Well, very, but it's bullseye.
37. Robbie Carr, 20.
And this is where this man was really deadly in the first couple of days.
Game shot on the first leg.
I
Robbie
see
King.
some similarities, Matt. I just think any of them injuries have been sorted overnight, and he looks good. He was good planning to go to a competition in Southampton last night and made the right
Second leg,
decision
Justin
just to
to
rest.
first. Game on.
And for me, I think all of a sudden again he becomes a big danger in this Group C. He was hit
60.
hard by Alan Tabern, but Alan Tabern was averaging 113 after 4 legs. There's not an awful lot you can do against that.
For me, that was the biggest characteristic I've seen so far from
100.
Robbie King. One of the roles I used to do is I used to mentor young coaches. And a lot of the time, people would come to a session
91.
and they'd have a plan, and even if the session wasn't working and going the way, they'd still persist. Having that ability to stop and adapt on the fly is what separates the good from the
45.
great. He had a plan. He knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to go out. He wanted to meet up with some old friends, and he wanted to go to the local open. But he knew something wasn't right, and he made that call. He didn't just persist
180.
with the plan and prioritised the Super Series, which is exactly the right play. Really good, intelligent, experienced decision there from
140.
our
Justin Carr,
ADC
170.
Oceania qualifier, Robbie King.
This is good from Hood. For the third time this week.
145.
Fortunately, you can see the impact it's having on his leg, and
$60.
yes,
Just
there'll
in
be a lot
the
of chatter
25.
between the players, a few smiles, but Justin will want to put this leg to bed.
Game shot on
180,
the second leg.
140.
Justin Hood.
And a very nice 3-dart finish there. He might be going through the ringer a little bit there, but he's still putting on a very good performance.
Third leg, Robbie
King
Defoe
has the
first.
darts.
Game on.
Will that be the difference in this game?
$95. $97.
Yeah, we're going to have a little look at the overhead camera of the players. You might see the big difference, and that's, look at that big barrel Larry has there. The only
125.
concern when you have that bulbous barrel, and with Justin being quite a short player, he has to really loop that dart in. It's a bit like an aeroplane landing right at the
46.
last second. I do like what I'm seeing from the Aussie right now. If he does come through this group, he's going to really enjoy Saturday night, isn't he? And to have a crowd here as well,
85.
he'll really benefit as Paul Links wants to join the party.
58.
Good to see that he was able just to dismiss that negative day yesterday as well and be able to get straight back
140.
onto where he was. You did say you've been having a lot of contact from friends and family over in Australia who said that he has this fighting character. It's so good to be able to
100.
see it on
Robbie
display.
O'Carr, 56.
Yeah, there's a nice pace to this game. He's pleasing on the eye. But that was a long, long way away. And
Game
that is
shot on
so
the third
typical
leg.
of
Robbie
darts.
King.
Your first dart was in Neptune, the second dart right in the middle. That was a classic one of setup play, but no reaction from him.
Fourth leg, Justin Defoe first.
A bit
Game
like
on.
hopefully no one saw that. Well, we did, but that last dart was brilliant.
136.
Did you watch any of the match play last night?
Been absolutely loving it. What a tournament. And I think the one thing the match play is
140.
teaching us is, and something I said last night, and I'm going to say again, I don't think the standard of darts has got better.
94.
I think the amount of people that can meet the standard has got better. The pool's got deeper.
It has to be the second best match play ever after my unbelievable run in
59.
2019. I mean, that'll go down in folklore.
Do you get about
99.
£50,000? You still got 49 of it.
51, interest.
58.
Yeah, this game smacks like it's going to go the distance. What I am noticing now, the games are getting really tight. Just that first game between Andy Hamilton and Jared Cole had a real
40.
differential. These games have not an awful lot in it. I think the guy with the best checkout average at the end of the day will be the guy top of the group.
44. Justin O'Carr, 132. $44.
Because 88's not an absolute gimme.
100.
He gives
Justin
himself an
O'Carr,
opportunity of his
88.
own two-darter there. So now you're thinking of the bullseye. How aggressive are you on the treble 18, double 18? Well, very aggressive for double 7.
74.
That's unlucky.
Robbie O'Carr,
Robbie King's now got
100.
a free shot at this 100.
Wouldn't surprise me to see him take this. He has took out 6 big tumpless finishes in his Group A. He's already took 1 out today so far. That was the 101 earlier on.
60. Justin O'Carr, 14.
Yeah, be disappointed up for obvious reasons. He hit the tops in the last leg, and it can really hurt. That's not nice. He has to move across the oche. Like a barricade
7.
going through.
Robbie
and
O'Carr, 40.
that was the only reason. Double 7's never the nicest double at the best of times. Robbie King will be chuffed to pieces. He's coming back, and we fully expect
Game
this to
shot on
go.
the fourth leg. Robbie King.
Absolutely right in the middle. Hit with real aplomb, and there you can see that conversation between the two players. But looks like Justin doesn't want to get involved in anything there. I think Justin will be a little disappointed.
They
He
played
came in
Robbie
here
to throw
full of
first.
confidence
Game
in the
on.
sense that I tipped you this week, Justin, and he told me about all his injuries. He said, don't worry, Glenn, I'm still going to win it. Well, I think both he and I realise that he's just not
60.
match sharp. He's not match fit. And you can just see him hobbling across there now. And you would think it wouldn't have any impact on your arm, but it does. We did touch on off air the importance of balance.
123.
And you can see every time that third one goes, he's wincing across. And this guy is just all over that.
101.
And the more I see of people, the more I'm getting happy
42.
with my selection of Alan Tabban in this group. He has been the standout of these early games. He is coming up in our next match as well, taking on Jared Cole, and that will be the final game of this second
135.
lap of fixtures. Robbie King
96.
is racing to the line.
Yes, I think you can see that line, so it's really important not to dip too early. Another one of them.
96.
Still becomes a big, big favourite. And you feel Justin has to fill this up. Great start. Lovely middle.
121.
Fell over at the line.
109.
Left arguably one of the worst finishes on a dartboard, the 119. But he'd rather have a chance at it. And he needs to see Robbie King miss his opportunity, which he
89.
does, but he set it up
Car
perfectly.
119.
This shot is horrible, because even if you get the treble, you still might be forced to the bull.
$99. Robbie O'Carr 20.
I think he forgot to throw that last dart there. And this is for the match. This is to get his campaign in Group C up and running. And that is a stylish
on the match,
performance from
Robbie
the Aussie.
King.
Robbie King will be chuffed a bit with that win. It's a big, big 4-1 victory over Justin, who's got a lot of work to do. Next up after the break, it's Jared Cole against Alan Tabban.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
It's Game 6 here at the Live Lounge. It's Group C day here. And the man in your picture, Alan Tabban, was absolutely the star of the show so far. Against Jared Cole, who's desperate for something. He needs a spark. He needs that catalyst. He needs something to happen. And to do it against someone like Alan Tabban is exactly what Jared Cole needs. And maybe this game has come at the right time. So far, it's been all about Michael Huntley. Michael Huntley, the guy that finished plumb
First like
bottom in
Jared to
Group
through
A.
first.
But has played 2-1-2
Game on.
so far. And something that'll be getting that winning feeling for him. But I think this game has big connotations of goes on. If Alan Tabban can get past Jared Cole,
100.
I think he'd go in and do some real damage in this Group C. But there's just something about We're waiting for when Jared Cole is going to really turn up. Is it going to be now?
140.
You feel it's going to have to be because Alan Tabban looks in the mood today. He opened up a very strong 4-2 victory
81.
over Robbie King, 95.74 average, 50% on the doubles with a couple of maximums in that game. And he's been playing like that for the last couple of months when you look at what he's been
44.
doing over on the Challenge Tour and the wins that he's been creating for himself.
44.
He's bringing that form here to the Super Series. He's looking to bring in that ability that he's showing at the moment to cash in.
100.
Big prize fund at the end of the week, £5,000. That's like winning a couple of Challenge Tours in itself. And as we are in week 11,
58.
we are very, very close to that Champions Week.
Yeah, there's just something special about Champions Week, and so the talk turns to that. We can look at some fantastic performances
100.
in this series as well. Obviously, Luke Littler is always going to be the headline act, but I think there's some unbelievable players all be vying for that spot.
58.
I'm already getting
On your
messages,
car,
Matt, from players saying,
117.
what group do you think I'll be in? How has it worked out? So they're thinking about it already as Tabs looks at tops for a 1-0 lead.
97. Jared your car, 160.
I said Jared Cole needs something. And maybe it's just a 160 finish.
140. Alan your car, 20.
A little bit of composure.
I think there was a really good indication there that 140 just drawn him level.
In shot on the first
after
leg. Alan Tabban.
the extra 3 darts. That just shows how much Alan Tabban outscored Jared Cole in that situation. That is why Jared Cole had 1 dart at the end of a massive combination. And
Second leg,
Alan
Alan to
Tabban
throw
had 3
first.
darts
Game
in
on.
his hand at a clean double.
Yeah, I think one of the strangest moments I had in darts is we were running something called the Teesside ranking events. They were very popular.
140.
We were really pleased that players from the northeast were all coming and they were getting popular. And Paul Lim walked into a competition because he was in the area
139.
in the northeast trying to promote soft tip darts. And we were like aghast when he walks in. And then for some reason, just where he was in the game, Alan Tabban walked in
125.
with a couple of the St. Helens guys. And yeah, it turned out to be just a local pub with 4 or 5 at that time well-renowned players. And I played Alan Tabban in the final.
38.
Who lifted the title?
Well, I wouldn't be telling the story if I'd got beat, would I?
180.
It's all about me. This is superb from... I have to bow to your knowledge here because part of me
76. On
really
your car,
fancied Jared
56.
Cole for this game because we're waiting for it to happen. Alan Tabban was averaging 113 for big parts of his first game. And guess what he's averaging right now?
36.
But again, scoreboard completely outscoring Jared Cole.
80.
And that's unfortunate.
Alan your car, 20.
If it did penetrate the board, it would have been a 5. It hit the flight on the way through, which is why it was over
In
there.
shot
But
on the
it's a
second leg,
13
Alan
dart for Alan
Tabban.
Tabban. He has been by far the standout player so far of this group. At the moment, head and shoulders above what anybody else is producing. And he's making it look easy. That's the thing that
Third
would
leg, Jared to
concern
throw
me
first.
if I
Game
was
on.
in that back room now trying to get ready to be in one of these top 2 positions.
What made you fancy Alan Tabban so much for this group? Because
100.
it wasn't my pick. As good as I know he is, and I'm just looking at how much dart he's playing right now, but you were pretty adamant he was going to dominate this group.
57.
Just personality. I think maybe in a different practice room, in a different group of people, I might not have gone this way, but I was just putting the
58.
ingredients together, and when you put it in the oven, it bakes an Alan Tabban. The Alan Tabban cake.
100.
Don't mention cake.
I should have said muffins. I know he's a big fan of muffins. He likes his toffee muffins. Obviously, when they're free.
134.
Steve Hine. Another player we will see here again soon. He's won one of those ADC vault systems, so we'll
99.
be seeing the Muffin Man down here in Series 5.
I noticed some muffins in the fridge. Are they yours or Mr. Hinks?
Yep, they're mine. I've been grazing through them as the
57.
week has gone.
Mr. Hinks is not a grazer, is he? Porridge on a morning and a pot noodle. I mean, joking aside, that's all he eats.
100. The out of your car, 152.
And I think it's the same flavoured pot noodle every day.
60. Out of your car, 145.
Well, he's had the perfect day so far.
$59. The out of your car, 92.
Great first start from Jared Cole.
60.
Not a great last
Alan
one.
Walker,
Didn't go where he
86.
wanted it to be. Alan Tabban, you would not write him off in these situations. Treble for a double, or 2 singles for the ball. Notice how he didn't even entertain going for the treble there.
43. The out
So
of your
you'd
car,
expect with
32.
Alan Tabban, although you would have expected him to maybe have gone for the bullseye with the last start.
No score. Alan
Notice how the
Walker,
darts that was already
43.
in the board wobbled and moved. He was hitting the flight on the way in, which just shows you that the angle had really blocked up.
But just like a repeat of Group A, will he be punished?
23. The out of your car, 32.
Tabban, for the first time, has gone asleep. His last 3 scores. Not how he's been playing.
Game shot on the third
Jared
leg.
Cole
Jared
has to do,
Cole.
because I don't think he thought he'd be coming back after 21 darts, but he's back in it. It was just a hold to throw. So for Tabban, who's been there and done it, he doesn't need to be told from me
Both
that
Allen to through first.
he
Game
has
on.
the darts again. Has to find that treble 20 bed once more, because for the first time today, Tabs has just had a couple of minutes there where he'll want to forget.
59. $140.
Couple of throws, couple of visits. Just
140.
changed the way something feels. We was looking at Alan Tabban going 3-0 up, potentially running away with a 4-0 victory, and all of a sudden,
95.
Jared Cole comes in with his big swag bag, takes the leg, and we're now looking at
100.
completely different scenarios.
And all of a sudden, Tabs has woken up again. It smacks the ups and downs, but here comes Cole.
180.
All of a sudden, he's just finding his own form now. First signs of concern for Alan Tabban.
130.
Really like the last day.
Got
Still
your
thinking, because
86.
even the 25 would have left a 2-darter. For Cole, can he be any better on this double 16? Once again, he has that angle. Makes it very difficult. It's the top part of double 16.
70. On your car,
And it's like watching a
72.
repeat of Group A when I'm watching Jared Cole so far. And Alan Tabban usually mops these up, because he's going to get a dart. His beloved tops.
52. Jared your car, 16.
You can evident what he thought of that.
He was thinking that could have been 4-0 right there. He's had these opportunities. Instead, it's a
Game shot on the
level
fourth
game,
leg.
and
Jared
the
Cole.
advantage goes back to Jared Cole. He's got the advantage of throw. And this isn't because Alan Tabban's dropping off. This is because Jared Cole's getting better. That was a 14-dart leg there from Jared Cole.
Fifth leg, Jared to throw first. Game on.
But Group C is still all about this. Players are not checking out on their doubles. Their percentages are lower
58.
than where they want them to be. And I stand by the fact that if someone can start hitting their doubles,
140. $135.
Jared is really raising his game here. Tabban
99.
playing the same, They're just meeting now at the top end of their powers.
$138.
Here's the big fish. You may see Tabs go on the 18s as well. He'd prefer to stay there, but he should go 18s now.
98. Jared your car,
Both
170.
using the board very well. But it's Jared Cole, whose first attempt. Another one of them would be nice. That makes him a
134.
big
Jared your car,
favourite for this leg.
164.
And a huge favourite for the match. It's going to take something special. It's not going to happen. And from absolute nowhere, really,
60. Jared your car, 36.
Jared Cole with his double 18 can take real control of this match.
Game shot
And
on the
that
fifth
is
leg.
exactly
Jared
where he
Cole.
wants to be, and that's a tactic he may want to go to because double 16 hasn't been kind to him. But that double 18 there was sweet as a nut.
Six leg Allen to throw first. Game on.
Just rewind your mind 4 or 5 minutes back. We was talking about Alan Tabban going 3-0 up,
23.
potentially winning this match 4-0. Now he's in big trouble of losing it 4-2. These short format games have so many quick twists and turns.
60.
It also makes it very tight. Huntley with the 4 points and Justin Hood on the 0 points.
140.
And if Jared Cole can get through this match, he'll be on that gaggle of players on 2.
58. $78.
It's looking like it's going to go all the way, unless we see one of Jared Cole's special maxes. We've seen everything from Jared Cole this week, Matt, haven't we? A
100.
change of darts. He even had glasses on at the beginning of the week.
60.
We've seen absolutely everything. 20 maxes as well. And he could do one of them right about now. 2 170 finishes.
60.
It's been just so inconsistent, hasn't he? That's the big thing I'm harping on about. Speaking of maxes, welcome to the party, Tabs.
80.
I think the players area like that one as well.
$53.
We are
Alan
going
O'Connor,
all
20.
the way because Tabs quite simply doesn't miss double 10.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Next double
Alan
5 as
Talon.
well. We are going all the way. It's a full 7-legger, this one. And Jared Cole right now, his thoughts will be, well, you've got the darts. It's in your hand.
Seven the
Come on,
final leg.
let's do
Jared to
this.
throw first. Game on.
You're just thinking, give me a treble to start this leg off. And they're hiding
59.
the area there. And for Tabs, that's all he wanted to hear. A treble-less visit.
And a spring in his step after he hit that double 5 as well. You know when Alan Tabban's playing well because it looks like
59.
he's walking on the moon. He's got that sort of bounce and that spring.
It's all them 5s in his shoes.
58.
Typical. Absolutely typical at a 3-3. It's as if the treble 20 bed just closes up on you.
59.
It's there. The invitation, it's on a platter. Who's going to take it?
If it's on a platter,
96.
first treble of this last leg.
140.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
That extra treble means he only needs a ton to leave a finish where Jared's going to need a couple of trebles here.
99.
Alan already done the damage and able to set himself up to this shot where he'll only need
93.
the one treble. He finds it. Alan first to a finish, but you'd think Jared's going to be the first to a more realistic finish. How good can he leave it?
Yeah, this is on a knife edge, this game.
101. On your car, 150.
I don't know about that last dart, but it does leave me 2 darter. Maybe that was the thinking. Tabs can't finishes, but he can set up. There's
60.
them darts all under the
Judge,
treble
car
20 bed.
88.
That equals even Tabs with all experience is just feeling it a little bit. It's all about finishing now. Is the bullseye going to be the deciding factor?
52. On your car, 90.
It might be.
Look what he's left, though. The 1 double he does feel confident on. How does Tabs finish on this double 15? Very aggressive. Jared Cole, his first chance of 2 points on the
82.
board in this Group C.
Judge, your car, 36.
Just taking his time. Absolutely thinking of his previous start at double 18. He hit it smack bang in the middle. Will fate be exactly the same? That's the perfect marker. And
Game
that
shot
is
of the match.
exactly what the
Jared
doctor
Cole.
ordered for Jared Cole. It's a big victory over the what's previously excellent Alan Tavern. But Jared Cole who gets up and running. And after the break, it's Mike Huntley against Robbie King.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. We are in the middle of the action in Group C and we are 6 games down for the day. This is exactly what we have seen so far. It kicked off a 4-2 victory for Mike Huntley against Justin Hood. That's the only game of our 6 to go against the dart so far. The rest of the games going with throw, and this is how the league table then looks after 2 rounds of matches apiece. Michael Huntley being the only player to have won every single game so far. Justin Hood, the only player without a victory to his name, whilst elsewhere in the table, Hamilton, Tabern, King and Cole all find themselves with 1 win apiece. So the group is tightly conjoined, tightly knotted together here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we are about to get the action back underway as we see Michael Huntley in action up against Robbie King. It's a battle between Wales and Australia, and your commentary team for all of the action this afternoon is the 3-time Lakeside champion Glenn Durrant and prime time himself. A very good afternoon to Matthew Edgar.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, and what a day it's been already. We opened up with that scintillating start from Alan Tabern in Game 3. He was absolutely brilliant, at times averaging over 113. But the man in your pictures had a torrid week so far in Group A. He finished plumb bottom with only 3 wins out of 15. But very interesting the fact he's playing Robbie King, who was at times dominating Group A, but his real nemesis was Michael Huntley. And despite the fact that Michael only won 3 games out of his 15, 2 of them were against the guy who's playing here, Robbie King. Will it be a case of roles reversal? Because this time, the man in your picture is unbeaten. Played 2, won 2.
96.
And the Aussie is chasing the Welshman. Will there be any difference in the scoreline? I'm joined by my co-commentator, Matthew Edgar.
60.
Interesting statistic on this one. He was a real nemesis in Group A. Could this be his chance of revenge?
It could be. And, I mean, how much emphasis do you put on these sort of head-to-head stats? Was there players that you had defeats against and just thought, I can't get past that guy?
Yeah, there was honestly, and there was no reason for it. And you've got to remember, I'm someone who had a positive
140.
record against MVG, but then had such a bad record against Gary Thompson from Yorkshire. So I think, but when you're playing him day in, day out, I think there's a real
133.
thought process. And I think this guy's coming to the Yoki and thinking, well, Mike, you ruined my chances of winning Group A. I'm going to get you back today.
Well, Michael Huntley
41.
doing what he's been
Mike
doing
Ricard,
all
132.
week. Starting matches fantastic. 132 after 9 darts.
78.
Yeah, it's been a real trend, hasn't it, of Mike Huntley. Even when he was losing games heavily, his first legs were absolutely sensational. But
100.
he's someone that has
Mike
been
Ricard,
thinking about the
54.
game. He's been watching some of the games back, and he knows this was the area he was very, very good in.
Game shot on the
And
first
once again,
leg. Mike
14
Huntley.
dart start. His doubles are going in. His scoring's getting better. Well, we've written him off this morning, and so did the bookies as well. And he's proven everybody wrong.
Second leg,
Because
Robbie through
King
first.
has
Game
had
on.
all the plaudits this week. Right now, we are talking about the Welshman.
And you can get a lot out of a positive record. I remember
100.
when we was both on the Pro Tour and we was on boards next to each other at one point. The draw came out and you went, Matt, who have I got? And I told you and you went, oh. Like,
100.
I beat that guy for years. Obviously, I won't name the player. And I wonder if Michael Huntley's feeling that way right here because, yeah, he hasn't got a positive success against many,
60.
but he knows how to beat Robbie King. And he's confirmed it by doing it more than once.
And he's just a different player now. Now he's winning. He looked dejected. His shoulders were down. At
140.
one stage, he played 12-1-1. He did have a good ending to the day, which I think was a sound foundation for him coming into this Group C. I said to him, everyone's
55.
back on 0 points now, Mike. You're playing well coming into the competition. And so far, he has a real opportunity now to go play 3-1-3.
55.
I'm a big fan of this guy, I think, from the moment I met him on Monday morning.
100.
Typical Aussie, quite brash, very confident, didn't care who he played. And for a day and a half, we were looking and thinking, what a guy, what a find.
46.
He has played on the World Series of Darts, where he played Rob Cross. He has played at the Ali Pali, the guy in your picture, where he took Ryan Searle all the way. And arguably should have won that game. But he's here.
58. Mike
He's got
Ricard,
an opportunity.
160.
And it just all sort of went wrong yesterday with a bit of an elbow injury.
$60. Robbie Ricard, 128.
Covered the bed, but leaves a 2-darter. Robbie will be looking at treble 18 first dart because if he does leave a single, he can still go treble 20 ball. Not this time. Because that treble 18's covered, bullseye would be my shot.
63. Mike Ricard, 100.
All the strength. Play its hand
80.
again here.
Robbie Ricard, 65.
Opportunity for Michael Huntley to break the throw. A bit of frustration there, missing those 2 darts. You don't give
Game
this
shot on
guy
the
too
second
many
leg. Robbie King.
opportunities. He takes them. We are back to a level game and big opportunity come and gone there for Huntley, and you can see he knows all about that. And when you've not
So
been
like
getting
Mike
as
to
many
third first,
wins
game on.
in this situation, you can just get a little bit of panic when you feel like you've let an opportunity slip you by.
100.
Yeah, it's difficult getting into the thoughts of the guys because, I'm getting to know them this week as well. And like I said, it was just the ups and downs of
96.
darts was magnified so much for Robbie King from being going into day 3 of Group A. He was the favourite to win the group, ahead of the likes of John Henderson, Wesley
60.
Plazier, real stars of the amateur game. And then not only did he not qualify as winning the group, he missed out on Group B. And for our viewers on Sporty Stuff who are watching us maybe for
25.
the first time, the difference of Group B and Group C is massive. Not just the time of the day you play, but in this Group C that you're watching now, it's 2 from 6 that will qualify.
96.
Whereas tonight it's 3 from 5. So it just couldn't get over that line because he was really suffering. But what a difference a day makes, and he looks really good right now.
180.
Making a bit of a move. Maximum number 4 already of the day for Robbie King. He drops to 12 across his Group A campaign. He knows how to hit the big stuff.
40.
Yeah,
Mike
there's
Ricard,
pairs in Australia with a
105.
real MODUS Super Series legend in Raymond Smith, who was arguably one of the best players to come to MODUS Super Series. He was fantastic and opened the door and opportunities for the ADC Oceanic
89.
players to come over.
Robbie Ricard,
Been
160.
in touch with Malcolm in this week, and Jeremy Fagg and them guys have loved the experience, and Robbie is trying to do what they did. Oh man, I don't think it was in the treble.
120.
That one certainly is. Now,
Mike Ricard,
Michael
16.
Huntley's finishing has been great, but when he's had 3 in his hand, it hasn't been so good. How will he react this time? Preparation perfect. How is the execution?
Does love this area of the board.
No score. Robbie Ricard, 40.
Well, he loves double 16 as well, but not on this occasion. He's dropped that one low. And he could have been 3-0 up. He's been first to the double in every single leg. Instead, he may be about to go 2-1 down. Double 5.
Game shot on the
What
third
a
leg.
dart
Robbie
that is.
King.
And there's the reaction from Mike Huntley there. That hurts. The fact it was the third dart as well. He doesn't want to engage. He's trying to chat away there, Robbie. But Mike's having
Fourth
none
leg,
of
Robbie
it.
to throw first. Game on.
I say the psychology of the game. Maybe Robbie's just reading the reaction there from Mike Huntley. But there was absolutely no engagement there. He didn't want to chat it away. As probably Robbie was going over to apologise.
85.
That is a game that he burgled. And once again, that last dart is really hurting the man in your picture.
I actually quite liked that about Robbie. As soon as he did it, the
97.
first thing he did was turn around and look at Michael Huntley. Then he walked over. He never took his eyes off him. He wanted to see what that meant.
60.
I'm a player myself who likes to try and read the situation all the time up there.
137.
Well, your situation was usually very easy. You were getting beat.
Well, actually, I think you'll find that was the
40.
Group B champion, actually, when I took to the stage. Over to you, Glenn. Let's see what group you're going to
60.
win.
Oh, imagine the viewing figures when I get on that stage.
$60.
Just want to make sure I'm in the same week so I can have a nice 4 points on the board before we get started.
Check the records.
99.
Glenn Durrant v Matthew Edgar. Played 3 times. Winner 3 times. Glenn Durrant.
Not in 2023, it wouldn't be.
100. Mike Ricard, 108.
Options on 108. That leaves 88. So does he want to stay in there? It's what he's thinking there. He doesn't like that treble 20 lie. So treble 16 was the shot. He'll stay there. Or he should do. Looks like he's going back up again.
48.
I haven't been
Robbie Ricard,
too
156.
happy with his board management today, but he leaves a 2-dart, and I always think that's plan B. And very simple 156. Just 2 in the treble 20 bed. No other option.
140. Mike
Pressure.
Ricard, 60.
Quality, timing.
Game shot on the
Too
fourth
late.
leg. Mike Huntley.
That finish was all about the first dart there, Matt. He couldn't have placed it any better. Very close to tops, leaving 3/4 of the bed wide open.
Fifth
Have you
leg,
seen
Mike
the
to
way
throw
Darryl
first.
Gurney's been
Game
thrown
on.
at 60, using the points so the dart understacks?
Yeah, just slides the fingers down the barrel,
60.
doesn't he? So that he comes past the balance point of the dart. Which just flattens the dart out and opens up the bed.
Yeah, I think one of the funny moments of 2023 is when he beat Alan Suter, and Alan Suter
60.
wouldn't let him leave the board until he showed him how he did that. Nothing to separate.
60.
Resilience is something we've said has been a good quality, actually, of Michael Huntley. And when you look at the disappointment and the detachment and the dejection
140.
all over his body and on his face after losing that last leg, then to come back and win the next and break the throw. Showing some real good quality here is Michael Huntley.
125.
Definitely looks a different player, doesn't he? Like I said, we've said the same about this guy. The positives and negatives of this week. You have to say the player in the real ascendancy right now is the Welshman.
57.
He's got a chance here to hold a throw. What he'd give for a ton 140 right now. There's the job done. And my
100.
favourite dart of them three was the first one. I think he really feeds off that first dart. Very similar type of throw there between the pair of them. Now it's all about the finishing. A little bit of composure. He's sprinting to the oche there. Just a sign he feels good, Matt.
140.
Exactly what I was going to say. A sign of positivity, a sign of feeling good and just wanting to go with that natural energy and flow. He's not trying to force anything. He's not trying to feel something. He is feeling it. And by far,
82.
I would say one of the performances
16.
of the week so far for him.
Just super solid around that 90 average mark, but he just looks good.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Bang
Michael
right in the middle there. Little fist pump as well. But there's the shoulders going down. Don't show your opponent anything like that. You stare at him back. We've talked about the psychology side of things.
Sixth leg double you through first. Game on.
Is it fair to say after
100.
3 games we didn't expect Huntley to be on 6 points if he does get through this match?
I think it's fair to say Michael Huntley didn't expect Michael Huntley to be on 6 points
100.
at the end of this match, but he's got to convert this opportunity. He's got 2 legs in order to win 1.
100.
That last dart, bailing Robbie King out from a situation that would have given a bit of hope to Michael Huntley.
I was expecting a real kick of his legs when he
78.
threw Mike Huntley because his idol is Richie Burnett. Still
100.
plays county for Glamorgan. I asked him why he's still doing the county system because he has a dream of representing Wales. It's what he would love to do.
60.
So that's why he regularly turns out for his county Glamorgan. Michael Huntley is
45.
a postman. And he's putting on a first-class display here. Really stamping his authority. Again, bad board management there because he can't
97.
finish
Roller
there.
car
He'd be happy,
156.
but again, he's just leaving that 166, 168 too many times for my liking. 6 starts for King.
$82.
He got the minimum requirement. He got the 1 treble. Huntley could really apply some serious urgency on this
60.
situation.
W car
Why stay
74.
on the treble 20 when you've put a big barrier in the way? Use the board. 2 darter, double 16.
Game shot on the
Once again,
sixth
we're
leg.
going
Robbie
all
King.
the way. The previous game went 4-3 and 2 games prior to that. So the last 4 games, 3 of them have ended 4-3. That's how tight this Group C is. We
Seventh and
quoted
final leg. Mike you through first.
very
Game
early
on.
that the winner of this group is the guy that might have the best doubles checkout ratio. Now it's about bottle.
100.
That last start there is a beauty.
As is all 3 of those ones. That is timing to perfection.
70.
And Huntley losing the line twice has give Robbie King the advantage of throw already in just the exchange of 3 darts. He's got to hold on to that, and the way to do that is with a treble. He's got it with a second.
70.
And he returns the favour there of losing the line. sign of a little bit of tension here coming into the final leg. And I suppose
100.
we're getting to that point where the table is going to start taking a bit of shape.
Absolutely nothing to separate these two right the way. It's going to come right down to that final
59.
double. That final setup. Well, chance again for Huntley. It's swinging from one way to the other, but that dart now makes Huntley a big favourite. What a return that is. That is a different player that played in Group A, and that is just, for me, smacks the word confidence.
That's the man who sat second in those senior world rankings at the moment.
125.
Capabilities.
Microcar 51.
It's been a great game, real proper match play. And it's going to come down to do-tarts at double 16.
Game
What
shot
a
of the match,
game,
Mike
what a
Huntley.
match. Mike Huntley has finally come to the party, a fully justified victory. Focused, clinical and impressive throughout. That was excellent, and I'm absolutely delighted for him after the difficulties that he did in Group A. But Mike Huntley there, as you look at the tail of the tape, 4 from 7 on the checkouts. That was a stunning game for him. And next up, a classic between two legends of the game. It's Andy Hamilton against Alan Tabban.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And welcome back to Portsmouth here at the Live Lounge on the back of another 7-leg thriller. Michael Huntley, who was bottom of Group A, is now topping Group C after 3 wins from 3, and that was a real quality game. That word quality highlights these two absolute legends of the game. Alan Tabban, in your picture there, who was absolutely sublime in his opening game against Andy Hamilton, former world number 2. Really looking forward to this one. 15 times they've met before over many, many years, so they'll know each other very, very well. It's the Hammer that's won 9 times, and then the man in your picture 6. Really
First leg,
looking
Andy,
forward to this one
first.
with my co-commentator, Matthew Edgar. Pick a winner from
Game
here,
on.
my friend.
Do I have to? Of course, I don't know if I can right now, because we've got 2 people who have had plenty of longevity in the game. And Tabban being the better of the 2 today so far.
96.
But in terms of the points, they're both level. 2 points, 1 win, 1 defeat. Alan Tabban, you feel, blew that last game. He had it in the palm of his hands when he took on Jared Cole. He was
100.
2-0 up, had opportunities to go 3-0, probably could have won 4-0. Ended up losing the match. 4 legs to 3.
Yeah, that statistic where they played 15 times. Well,
One
actually,
out
the
of
Hammers
40.
won 7 of the last 8 times they've played each other. You might think that's significant, but we do go back to 2015 where they last played each other. And
28.
predominantly roundabout between 2008 and 10, so you could argue that them stats are sort of out the window a little bit, but it's great to see them both on the hockey. The opportunities that the MODUS Super Series are giving players.
95.
You'd say that was sort of peak Andy Hamilton time as well, 2007, when he was the runner-up at the Grand Slam of darts. He was a semi-finalist in the World
58.
Grand Prix and World
And your
Match
car
Play around that sort of
170.
time. Had a little bit of a dip in form, but came back 2012 World Championship runner-up and the UK Open runner-up in 2013. He could be banging straight back into form. That would have been for our
145.
third 170 finish of the week already. 2 been hit. That is by Jared Cole doing both of them. He's coming up next against Justin Hood.
85. And your car 25.
This is a finish that players practice religiously. 988. For
Game shot
moments
on the
like
first
that,
leg.
so
Andy
when you get on
Hamilton.
the stage in match conditions, it just feels like you've been there before. If you ever want to know how professional players practice, that's the opening game for Dimitri
Second leg, Alan
Vandenberg
Defoe
and
first, game
Damon
on.
Hester, the first to 21, 25 finishes.
60.
Haven't started the day. He was absolutely flying. My co-commentator, something he totally expected, but he's just quietened off a little bit. I think it was a pretty
85.
disappointing loss in the end. A very tight game with Jared Cole. And we're probably seeing the after effects already after a leg and a bit, because he hasn't come out the traps this time at all.
140.
Just warming into it, you feel.
Andy Hamilton was one of the players in 2012 that was part of that darting song. Remember the
96.
Got My Ticket for the Dart song? Possibly one of the most horrific things that have ever happened to darts, and it was one of the
100.
worst music videos you've ever come across. The players all with their musical instruments, and it was fun. Shall we say it was fun?
It was no snooker loopy, is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it
56.
was a bit of a downgrade, wasn't it? It didn't quite have the same vibes. But that'll be forever now on the internet,
105.
for good or for bad.
Apart from Darius Labanauskas smashing you all
94.
over the place, is there
On
anything
your car, 96.
embarrassing on the net for you? Double 18.
Game
Quick
shot on the second
fire
leg.
return
Alan
there
Chapman.
from Tabs.
Third leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
These legends living up to their reputation. Great start to this game. This man is all about focus. Just look at them there. He's worked so
55.
hard on his game. Never give up the belief. Whereas this guy's all about rhythm. And if that first start goes in,
59. $60.
just all above the treble 20, which is the only positive I can see from there. But solid, not spectacular. But Tabs is just a little bit of
97.
inconsistency, which you could argue has been part of his career over the years. Certainly nothing to choose between the pair of them. There's the shake of the head on that one.
74.
There's always a little moment in these middle parts of the matches where
59.
the tide could just sort of
30.
turn one way or the other, and this is that moment where neither player really able to take a firm hold.
59.
Just the one treble from the last 21 darts between them. It's gone very quiet. Not really expected, because it was a great opener between them.
85.
Real chance here for someone to blow the other one away.
$100.
Treble 19, he was
On your
thinking there.
car,
Would have left the 2-darter.
127.
This is my favourite Paul Hinks finish. For the bull. Oh, it was in.
77. And your
That
car,
was in.
138.
Imagine how Taben's going to feel if Andy Hamilton takes out this 138. And trust me, he will be telling everybody about it. He probably still will. He likes a good moan, does Tabs.
$98.
Superb last start,
On
so
your
now it's
car,
a must
50.
hit. He won't be going direct for the bull after that previous start. He feels like he should have won this leg already.
Getting shot on the third leg. Alan
That
Taben.
was the best part of that leg of darts. He just got a little bit scrappy there. The real good thing about this match so far is if either of them get down to a double,
Fourth leg, Alan to through first. Game on.
they will usually hit it.
I would love to get a camera to follow Alan Taben into that player's practice area at the end of this
100.
one. Because I guarantee you the first thing he'll say is, that bullseye was in. And then he'll proceed to say how the world of darts should be ran.
Yeah, there's many tales. I always remember that
60.
room, the players' area at Lakeside. There's so many stories that can be told in there. You can win or lose a game, can't you? People often say to me, tell me about Gerwin Price, tell me about Peter
140.
Wright. And I think games are won and lost sometimes in a players' area. You know, you can get the wind-up merchants like an A.J. Lewis, a Phil Taylor. A lot of the modern players these days, that you know, that put the music in the ears and just do their
99.
thing.
Did you ever win one in the practice room in your own mind?
I remember playing Jim Williams. Remember that game where I was 4-1 down and it was first to 5? And I
91.
made that statement, I'm going to PDC if I lose. And I just blitzed him in his last leg. I virtually just threw the dart in pure anger, 4-2. Went back and he had his head on his hands in the bar. And he's leading 4-2.
123. On your
thought-
car, 170.
I've got him. I'm 4-2 down and I'm going to win this match. Another one of them, please, Tabs. Oh, it doesn't bounce
Game
out
shown
this
the
time. The
fourth leg.
third of the
Alan
week.
Taben.
Absolute no reaction from Alan Taben. That was absolutely perfection. From absolute nowhere.
Fifth leg, Alan throw first. Game on.
Checkout of the week's going to be interesting, isn't it? That's 3 170s with a 164 as well from Robbie King. Oh, I think it's going to be an exhibition of the big ones.
140.
Still plenty of time to see some more.
And there was no need to go for the 170 as well because the hammer wasn't on a finish.
There's always a need. Although it's interesting to hear different people's
125.
thoughts on this, because I was sat in here a few weeks ago with Scott Mitchell, who said him and Martin Adams sat down and had a conversation and said that by refusing to go for the ball, they think you're telling your opponent that you
100.
can't hit it. Where I said to him, I gave him a bit of food for thought, I says, but if you don't go for it, are you telling your opponent you don't need to?
Yeah, see, Martin Adams is the wrong guy to sort of ask because Martin Adams, if he wanted 63 with 2 darts and you're on 400, he would go 13 bull. His philosophy was just totally different, and there's not many players like that. If there's a double to be hit, then go for it. You know, I'm a big believer in playing the percentages, a little bit like in snooker where you've got a pot on, but you
100.
go for a safety shot. I think there's more in that than being so gung-ho, but I was looking at the numbers there, and Taben's average has flown up to 98 from absolute nowhere. This is what these flair players can do, Matt.
And in this
60.
short format, you can
And
see
your car,
a average flip and
161.
flop so quickly. And going into that last shot, 170, 125, 180, his last 9 darts. It's going to shoot up. And it's kind of the same situation here for Taben to prepare for in the background.
57.
It's two
On your car,
trebles, but
136.
this time it's a double rather than the bull.
Yeah, he should go down the 19s, but he does not often move from that treble 20 bed.
40.
There's a
And your
few
car,
players that
104.
frustrate me like that because you feel like it was covering the treble 20 bed and a single 19, treble 19 would have left the same outcome.
Are you calling Alan Taben a little bit stubborn?
Yes. Don't tell him. Double 16.
72. On your car,
Well, I'd agree.
96.
After knowing him for a few years, I'd say he was stubborn, he was tight. They're all qualities that have
That's
helped
the
him.
20th time you've called him tight. Well, he'd love to be tight on this 96 because treble 20 is what he's looking at. Options on treble 19 or treble 15. Can't finish now. This is for the hammer
54.
to get back in this match.
On your car, 32. Game shot on the fifth leg. Andy
Back in
Hamilton.
it, he is. He does, at 3-1 down, only need to break the throw once. This is that leg. Can Andy Hamilton, you feel it's going to have to be
6 leg
15
Alan to
or
do
less.
first. Game on.
You don't expect he will get many more than that. 5 visits, Andy Hamilton, or Alan Taben, you feel he's going to get his second victory of the day.
140.
Certainly now.
He can just gallop at any moment, can't he? Just from nowhere. He just switches on a light and he starts flying, and that's a nice trait to have. Whereas Andy Hamilton's, everything's just done at his pace.
96.
Very methodical. And Taben is all about rhythm. Nothing changes.
100.
And that last start will hurt Hammer because he'll have looked at the first two there. And now the Hammer needs a 140 minimum.
Perfect. First start from the hammer. Loads of room, but you feel he's going to try and crash into these.
140.
Nothing to split them in this one, other than the fact that Taben is throwing first. There's that
135.
stubbornness, but he's got away with it. He found the treble 20, but he could have started his own downfall there.
It's all maybe a sign of that he's maybe not match sharp as well, and you know they should not have gone on the 20s bed there. But you could argue his opponent's on 265.
95.
Not anymore.
On your car, 126.
Both on a finish. It'll be the 19s bed for Tabs. He'll stay there for double 6 for the match, and
Game
that is
shot
an
of the match,
outstanding
Alan
way
Taben.
to win a fantastic game. But two experienced players have played so many times against each other. But it's Alan Taben who have just had real moments in that game where he played absolutely sublime again. And just look at the tail of the tape, just shy of 97 average. But look at the checkout ratio, 4 from 5. And the highlight, that magnificent 170. Superb darts from Tabs. And next up, it's Justin Hood against Jared Cole.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And welcome back. It's Group C day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's all been very, very competitive so far. And for the two guys in your picture, both at the bottom of the table. So a real big game for them if they're going to have any aspirations of climbing to the top and getting qualification through Group C. Been a bit of a disastrous day for the man in your picture, Justin Hood, a quality player from Somerset, who did real big things last time he was here. But you can see as he approaches the board there, he is suffering with a little bit of a knee injury. Whereas Jared Cole's been here since Monday, still finding his way with his game. At times he's been brilliant. At times he's been very inconsistent, and we just don't know what game we're going to get from him. Matt?
Do we have a nickname for Justin Hood?
Happy Feet.
I just saw on the graphic there, he's from Glastonbury.
Game on.
I thought maybe if he didn't have a nickname, I was going to offer him up Party Boy. Boom, 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 boom.
I thought Happy Feet was bad as well, but
83.
I would have gone for Robin. Big
140.
archery on his back. Justin Robin Hood. Not impressed?
100.
I thought Happy Feet was bad.
I like the fact he's going to buy a Chinese restaurant if he wins the main prize here.
81.
Gotta have ambitions in life. I used to want to have a burger van.
90.
We've heard people in the past, I believe Justin Pipe, when he started winning some big money, bought a fire engine.
How do you make money on putting fires out?
125.
I believe it was like an old vintagey one. He was going to take it out to like shows and different bits, and maybe that's one of the questions we could ask the players.
140.
What would you do with the money?
155.
How'd you pick up the big £20,000 prize?
Put it in my savings. Because I'm boring. It's just working out here because another one of them wouldn't be too bad, but just covering the bed. Yeah,
58.
he didn't want
Justin
to go
Hood,
for that.
88.
Maybe 16s could have been a shot. And Justin Hood doesn't seem to be in as much pain as early doors. Might need the ball. Just too aggressive on the treble 18. Mean you're not giving
52.
yourself a
Jared Car 97.
dart there. And Jared Cole, feast or famine with this guy.
$62. Justin Car
I think the
36.
two darts are typical of his someone's week. Treble 19 in
Game
that
shot on
big
the first
five.
leg.
And
Justin Hood.
Happy Feet celebrates and dances away to a lead 1-0.
Going back to that 68
Second leg, Jared
there
to throw
from
first. Game
Justin Hood, you mentioned about not going aggressive there on the treble 18. I like the inside wire of the double 18
123.
there, because you get a nice big target where you get the 18 for ball. But if you do go inside and you get the double 18, you're down
90.
for the double 16, which is one of the most popular selections on the board.
That's my route too.
39.
Yeah, a couple of bounce outs here, which are hurting some of the players.
$96.
I was so impressed with Justin Hood last time he was here. In fact, Justin Hood got my vote not only to win this week, but I thought he was a real good bet for Champions Week last time. It didn't materialise, but what I do remember,
93.
he stopped Steve West getting through. I don't know if you remember that in Group C. So he played it right down to the wire. Not that Steve will want to listen to this. He's back at Champions Week in
90.
a couple of weeks' time. He'll take some beat, and he's been pretty prolific this year. And once again, Matt, it shows you these players who were losing the tour cards, like Andy Bolton, like John Henderson, like Steve West. There's real
100.
opportunities out there for these guys. And Yella Klassen, another one who's regular here.
Glenn Durrant, you lost your tour card as well, didn't you, this year?
80. Jared Car 146.
Just thought I'd complete the list if you was going through the...
He He doesn't want to stay there because it's precariously sat there, and the way it's sitting, another treble 19 anywhere near it. You could see a double bounce out here. What a dart. What a finish. Quickly get them out, Jared. An exceptional finish there, but you could see what the issue was, and out of respect to Justin Hood, who was on a finish, there was the potential there, just maybe laying up and leaving that treble 19 in the bed.
I'm going to call it now. That's checkout of the week. Forget the 170s. That was checkout of the week. Because you could see Jared even standing back and contemplating, going other ways. Could he leave the ball? Was there other options? And to be able to hit a precision point of the treble the way he had to stay away from that dart, absolutely brilliant. I don't think we're going to see anything better than that. It's not by numbers the best,
95,
but by actual skill and application, that is checkout of the week, and maybe for me even checkout of the series.
59.
Yeah, you talk about ignoring the 170s, but 2 of the 3 of them were from Jared Cole. We could have a session where we'll just have finish of the week from Jared Cole. That's so much better from Justin Hood. Again, I was thinking there maybe the knee's not hurting, but he's walking back just feeling it. But he's averaging over 101 at the moment.
Justin Hood, 103.
Level 17. 66 left, so it's either bullseye or treble 10. Without any hesitation. Gives himself a 2-darter after 12 darts. You take that every single time.
100.
Oh,
Justin
absolutely.
41.
You can do that. You'll be winning groups. You'll be winning weeks.
Shot on the third leg. Justin Hood.
Good response there from Justin Hood. Not just a response to this match, but a response to the day so far, because he has been quite far off the pace from what we saw of him last time. He's only won 3 legs coming into this one. 25 darts at a double to hit. 3 successful. Running average under the
31.
80 coming into this one. Far better. Up by the 100 average now.
Yeah, sort of written him off a little bit, but
60.
Silence but deadly.
$135.
I talked about those finishing being really poor. The highlight of the past 20 minutes has been the finishing.
41.
Maybe they heard what you were saying, Glenn. Maybe they've changed the routines and got some of those finishing games going.
100.
I was never a big believer in the massive practice that we did on the day of a competition. I always felt when I was going to a big tournament, it's what I'd done the week, fortnight before. But then I started watching Andrew Gilding practicing, and have you ever seen him practice before a game? I mean,
round the board,
just double one, bowl, double two. He has his music on, and he has the massive headphones, doesn't he? And I watched him. I thought, you know, a lot of the reason he's doing so well is that he's not engaging with anyone. He usually had a board to himself because no one wanted to practice with him because he didn't talk because he had these massive headphones on. I began to think of the importance of what you're doing on the day of the game.
57.
Think of it 2 ways. Think of it as training. Think of it as practice. What you're saying there the weeks before, that's your training. And then on the day, that's your practice and your preparation.
108.
Simply brilliant. Pressure. Very aggressive again for the bull.
63. Justin Hood, 36.
Of a wire. And you're never out of a leg of darts. And that 180. Complemented with that beautiful double 18. Justin Hood is doing magnificent. In difficult circumstances for him, you can see him struggling a little bit. He lost his opening couple of games there. We could get himself back in the mix here. He's going to have darts in 2 of the last 3 legs if he goes the distance. Advantage Hood.
Justin Hood
96.
Playing rather good. Jared Cole Stuck in the hole.
137.
Have you eaten a thesaurus? Just a poet. And you didn't know it.
98.
Rap. This is what I've seen from him. It's
140.
frustrating week for Jared Cole. I'd love to hear his thoughts if he does get to Saturday night. How has he assessed this week? Does he agree with the comms team that
59.
word, which I'm not going to use again, the ups and the downs? Because look at him when he just makes the game look ridiculously easy.
140.
The shake of the head tells you that where he's coming from. I'm 3-1 down. Where have you been at the beginning?
They have been there. He's averaging 97.26 in this
Jared
match.
Yukar,
It's just that
84.
Justin Hood. I don't want to say he's been rather good again, but he really has.
52.
It's been a massive improvement in performance here from Justin. He could.
43.
In trouble here of losing
Jared
one
Yukar,
of the
32.
throws. The advantage he's got twice.
It's a better
Getting shot on
angle
the
that
fifth leg,
first start there.
Jericho.
Some of them angles that he's left himself with them double 16s. And the execution was so much better. And he's quickly got the darts here. If he can run through this leg with a little 12,
6 leg Jared
15
can throw
darter,
first. Game on.
all of a sudden, the momentum is with him.
100.
Yeah, Justin Hood, Somerset County up until this year. And I noticed he was in the team for England, but didn't go this year. Had to drop out 2 days before.
56.
And he was very, very proud to represent his country in the system.
180.
Game on. It's looking very likely that this game is going to go all the way.
90.
Cole, just to pre-warn you earlier, got into this position and was not able to find a treble. His first 9 darts.
96. Jared Yukar,
That was then. This is
131.
now Jared very much in the ascendancy. His average pushing close towards the 100 mark now.
91.
Justin Hood beginning to slide, and maybe this is something we're going to see with Justin Hood as the matches go longer. Maybe he's just not going to
44.
have the stamina to see
40.
them through.
Getting shot on the 6
There's
leg.
one
Jared
leg
Cole.
to go. Justin Hood will be throwing first. Can he refine that form, or is Jared Cole going to carry on the ascendancy? Back-to-back 14 darters for the king
Southern final
of
leg.
the
Justin to
castle.
throw first. Game on.
When you go into a last leg shootout and that first dart goes in the treble
99.
20, you just get such a feeling of calm go all the way through your body from your head right down to your feet.
And it means Jared has to
45.
do the same. And that's when your pressure comes in, because not only are you just throwing at the dartboard, you're throwing for a minimum score as well. And for Justin, just another single treble.
94.
That'll do nicely. It's not spectacular, but he's got total control of this leg of darts. And you're forcing your opponent to fill the bed up.
135.
Absolutely nothing to separate them, apart from the fact that this guy is thrown first. Will that be enough?
It changes the focus, doesn't it? It goes from
90.
I want to hit something to I need to hit something. Although that level of
134.
urgency is not affecting Jared Cole here. 2 big visits there. And he's now asking Justin Hood, what have you got in the locker?
100.
Downstairs, if he fills the bed, leaves double 8.
95.
I didn't mind the bullseye in the last start there, but it leaves 92. And 118, just one treble needed. Double 19 for this first 2 points of the day.
99. Jared Yukar, 92.
Decisions, Matt. Is it direct or is it the bull first?
He's attempted the double-double.
35. Justin Khan,
Justin
19.
Hood to keep himself in this one. And by this one, I mean the group.
Yeah, smack bang in the middle of the big three. That's the move. And somehow by hook or
Game
by
shot of the
crook,
match, Justin
that
Hood.
has corrected the bottom of double eight there for his first points of the day. To Jared Cole once again. What could have been. Justin Hood is finally off the mark, and just look at the stats there. Averages don't mean everything. A 95.13 there from Jared Cole just wasn't enough, as Justin Hood is up and running. Next up, it's a return of Robbie King against Andy Hamilton.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 3 rounds down for the day. In Group C, before the break, we saw Justin Hood win a dramatic match against Jared Cole by 4 legs to 3. This is what we've seen so far today. Here's a fun fact for you, fun fact fans. 7 of the 9 games so far today have gone with the dart. So the power of the throw has proved strong. This is how the league table then looks after we've completed 3 cycles of games. Michael Huntley, top of the pile, 6 points to his name. Alan Taban on 4. The rest of the field find themselves on 2. Although that isn't going to last much longer, because 2 of those players on 2 points go toe-to-toe in our 10th game of the day. It's Andy Hamilton in action up against Robbie King. It is an Ashes battle between England and Australia. Are the darts going to be tumbling? Let's find out. It's Duzza and Matt.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, 2 players who I think will be disappointed with their return so far. Both played 3 games and only won 1. They've both had flashes of where they played really, really well. And I always think in Group C where you want a minimum of 3 wins overnight. So I think both players will be thinking they want to win this game. Get to a stage where it's a must-win right now, because the loser of this game, it's going to be a tough ask from there. Can be done, of course. I just think both of them be thinking, I want 3 wins when I leave the venue
96.
Today.
The overall target score is 14. Most of the time with 14 you'll get through. On occasions you won't, but 14 is sort of the baseline, which means you can lose 3 matches. And sometimes
58.
That's the mentality you need to have in these situations. Don't look at the league table and try and play the permutations. Just look and think, I can afford to lose 3. If I win 7,
60.
I'm going to have a right good chance at this one. And that's what whoever loses this one needs to be contemplating, that they are still in the running. Try not to follow the table.
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult group.
58.
Group C, always to get out of that 2 from 6. You're not going to get a second chance like the players have from Group A. And when you just look at the guy who's at the top of the table, all week, all I've looked at to my left is a league table with Michael Huntley
60.
at the bottom. To see him now with a potential, he's up next against Jared Cole, who he's played 3 times already this week. The ups and downs of the MODUS Super Series.
96.
Suppose players have ups and downs in the darts career. Where for you, Matt? I guess it was just downs and downs.
180.
You didn't really achieve a great deal, did you? I mean, we share a box here. Yes, there's 3 World Championships between us, 2 World Masters, a Premier League.
134.
So,
Robbie
there's a lot
O'Connor,
of quality in this
105.
room.
Just ironic because I sat at a sort of level and I saw you go flying up past me, and I saw you come flying back down the other way as well.
65. Andy O'Connor, 155.
Flying up and down. Andy Hamilton will need treble 20, treble 19 here, so he'd be flying up and down the dartboard if he wants this finish.
43.
A lot
Robbie
of
O'Connor,
frustration in that
40.
last dart. And the Robbie King from early part of the week. Let's snap this up. Don't be surprised
Game shot on the first leg. Robbie King.
if he goes in, because he's a real quality performer. He's beginning to look good again. I think he'll be disappointed with a couple of the defeats today. I think a lot of that belief he was
Saying like Andy to through
that
first.
feeling on
Game
Monday and Tuesday where he could go on and beat anybody. I was even beginning to think, what have we found here? Now we're just seeing a different side of him when he's up against it.
40.
His final game will be against Jared Cole, where you'll know all about him. I haven't played him in Group A,
One out
but
of
you've
them,
just got to
40.
concentrate on the task in front of you. And that task is this man here, Andy Hamilton.
I think one of the things I've been impressed with the performance of Robbie King today about is the range of the performance.
77.
By the range, I mean on Monday, 81 average low, high 89. Tuesday, a low of 82,
85.
a high of 96. A difference between 14 points. Wednesday, 65 low, 88 high. A range of 23 points. Today, we've only got a range of around about 4 points. A low of 85 and a high of 89. That's
100.
consistency. That is what you need here at the Super Series. Consistency is the key. That is the secret ingredient. And that just shows a good continuum throughout the day of that level of performance.
85.
Yeah, I think the one name that will frustrate him at the moment is Michael Huntley, who's beat him 3 times this week. I mean, wins against Michael Huntley on the Tuesday. It just could have been all so different yesterday. But he's here. He has to look
95.
at what's in front of him right now. He's very much in this competition. He'll want to get to 6 points by the end of the day. Quite simply, he has to win his next 2 games to do that.
135.
Lovely darts, big setup. And an example of that scoring power reflected on the scoreboard. Could be reflected in the legs column.
85. Robbie O'Connor,
Hamilton almost
56.
threw those 2 away, throwing them quicker. He expects Robbie King. He's going to take this one. He'd have been watching Robbie King sat at home at the start of the week, knowing that this is his strength. He loves tops.
36. Andy O'Connor, 104.
He usually likes that fly into the first dart, and the second one would go in. So Andy Hamilton, a chance he probably didn't expect. He'll stay there. It's double 16.
72.
Yes,
Robbie
I was
O'Connor,
about to say
20.
the same, Andy. I was about to say that is quality. 'Cause I think when that dart left his hand, he thought it was in. Robbie King's already at double 10 in this match.
Game shot on the second
Hits him
leg.
again. He's
Robbie
leading
King.
2-0. He has been the better player in this match. And that's now dictated in the score as well for Andy Hamilton. He's sort of looking for divine
Third leg,
inspiration
Robbie
as he
to throw
looks around the
first.
building there.
Game on.
The last thing he wants to hear is the fact that Robbie's thrown first again. It's fairly one-sided at the moment.
A little bit dejected there, wasn't he,
60.
Andy Hamilton?
Which is telling me, Matt, that he's come here thinking he's in good nick, he's playing well.
Expectations.
137.
I know he certainly had a good Q School campaign, was very close to getting his card back and was putting some of the best averages in that week. And maybe that's just a bit of a disappointment. Andy Hamilton
85.
knows that he's coming up to the back end of his career. and maybe he felt like that was his opportunity to have that one last crack at that tour card.
$81.
Tell you what, the
85.
practice room's a lot quieter than Monday, isn't it? I can't hear the tone of John Henderson.
It wasn't on this morning, but as this group's starting to unfold, and I think that's just a symbolisation of how tight this group's becoming, that people are just starting to retreat back into the shells a little bit and maybe be a bit defensive.
101.
And that's what I like about board management. Someone like Alan Taban wouldn't even consider something like that, but it just gives you opportunities. Might be a big ask, because you've got a fancy hammer to fill this up.
140. Robbie Carr, 170.
We've seen 3 170 finishes so far. Jared Cole with 2. You just done it again, didn't you? You just couldn't resist putting the curse of Duzzer on that. It's 23 predictions made by Glenn so far, yet to get one correct. Wow. He does this on purpose.
Game shot on the third
That
leg.
is a purposeful dart there for Andy Hamilton. The wow, I thought exactly the same when I first saw that. He goes for the little 20 to stay out the way of Top so that he can get a nice clean shot on the double 20. It's a smaller target. It's a risky ploy, but it's one that he uses so successfully. I actually asked him last time, I'm like, did you mean to do that? He said, yes, to stay out the way.
I don't think Robbie knows that. Because there was just like a wry smile when he hit the tops after seeing the first dart. And just a bit of resignation when the 180 went in. Here we go again, he thinks.
100.
This game was pretty much sewn up, he felt. The hammer is right back in it.
$58. $100.
Yeah, he seems to be smiling as he's thrown there, so what's going through his mind right now? Downstairs.
137.
He's playing his way back into this. We've seen this a lot today where one player's come out of the traps and race into a lead, only to be clawed back by brilliance. Andy Hamilton.
94. Robbie Carr, 170.
The hardest possible way going.
$140. Andy Carr, 32.
And all he's doing there is just to make sure that the referee says it loud enough for Andy to know. Does it put any pressure on this double 16? Probably smiling again next.
No score.
He just feels that it's been a last dart every time for Andy. But double, the only problem with the 140 is double 15 is horrible. Because your mind is thinking of hitting the big 15.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Robbie King.
He's right in the corner there. And Andy Hamilton will be thinking, what a sickener that is.
You mentioned about making sure that the call is loud enough.
This leg, Robbie to throw first. Game on.
Player hears it. That is a tactic Andy Hamilton employs himself. I remember playing Andy Hamilton myself in a quarter-final on a stage. And
you never reached a quarter-final. If you're going to tell a tale, tell it quarter-final. So you played him in the last one too, eh? Go on.
So I was playing Andy Hamilton, and I set up a double for the match, and he was on 182, and he hit the 180, so the referee would call
100.
the 180. Just get the noise of the crowd going.
So you're telling me you reached the semi-final? Or did you miss any hit to double one?
I got to the final that day. Actually.
140.
This is quality.
180. 100.
Is it me, or is Robbie playing with a bit of a smile on his face?
I think I'd be playing with a bit of a smile on my face if I was averaging 98.66 and 3-1 up against a former
60.
world finalist.
Robbie O'Carr, 121.
That slip, though, from Andy Hamilton could be the last one he's allowed to make. All about the setup play here for Robbie King.
97.
And he has delivered with perfection. He leaves 12 after 12. He will get a shot at the double 12. 3 darts in hand for his second victory of the day.
91. Robbie O'Carr, 24.
For the match.
'18. Andy O'Carr, 70.
There lies the difference between the Robbie King from the beginning of the week. You don't give this man a sniff. Might be the bullseye he needs.
'35. Robbie O'Carr, 6.
Could be the last dart Andy Hamilton throws in the match. Opts to split.
4. Andy O'Carr,
I
35.
think once you've thrown 1 dart already at the double 3, I'm not too sure of the play of changing. Unless he felt like the dart was in the way. Just wanted 1 at the clean open target. But it's 2 for the hammer. For 2
Getting
legs.
shot on the 5th leg. Andy Hamilton.
And that is a breaker throw, which gives you the vibes that this one could go all the way. Robbie King's had his chances. Will he get more chances? Or will Andy Hamilton
6th leg Andy did throw
give us
first.
the biggest
Game on.
turnaround of the day so far?
Robbie's sort of fighting with himself there. He knows now it's going to 3 each, he's thinking.
180.
And dare I say, is Andy Hamilton smiling with them 3 darts. Four maximums in this
36.
match alone. The hammer getting 3 of them.
Anyone who's playing along at home, playing on those over legs
58.
markets, which I know is a very popular one. A lot of people like to play on the over-under 180s and the over-under legs. If you're going over legs, well,
60.
I think you're having a good day today.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Last 6 games. Virtually all 4 threes. Very, very tight, competitive group. It just seems like a long time since we last seen Michael Huntley.
96.
I think he's the one who's in the players area enjoying all these 4 threes. Everyone battles it out.
We've only had 2 games that have gone
60.
on the under
Andy
market,
O'Carr,
that being our second
167.
game. Andy Hamilton, Jared Cole, Robbie King, Justin Hood. Everything else been going with plenty of legs.
Yeah, it's just look like it's going 3-3.
97.
Especially after that last dart. And already Robbie King is thinking of the final leg of darts. He will have the
58.
throw.
Andy O'Carr, 70. $38.
No urgency on the visit. Robbie King, he feels almost give up on this leg. 12 darts throw, make it 13, 14, and still
65.
no treble. And
Andy
a
O'Carr,
sign there of the
32.
fact he's completely given up on this leg. Let's start going down at the ball.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Andy
Going all the
Hamilton.
way. No surprise to anyone watching this Group C. It's been the tale of the tape so far today. So tight. Nothing to separate these guys.
Seventh and final leg. Robbie
King
to
will
third
feel like he's
first.
played this
Game
game
on.
and won it already. And that might be the thing that's on his mind right now, but he's got to clear that. It's a one-dart shootout. He's got the advantage of the throw.
60.
But no treble means Andy Hamilton is right back in this match. And he'll feel right back in this group if he can get a win under his belt here. He will play Justin Hood in his final game. The nod of the head there from Robbie King is not good signs to me.
140.
Has to be focusing on what he does best. That's where he is good. And again.
140.
Like a pendulum swinging this match, just side to side. Andy Hamilton showing that quality we said earlier on when he got into this situation. He knows how to win in this 3-3 final leg shootout scenario.
95.
He's got himself into a position here in the front nine that should see him first to a finish. He will be.
$121.
What a riposte. He was dead and buried in this match. It was miss double after miss double for Robbie King.
56. Andy O'Carr, 100.
Right now, feels like there's only going to be one winner. He's 2 darts away. I think he'll stay there.
80.
Oof,
Robbie
got
O'Carr,
away with that last dart.
150.
He won't be too disappointed with that last dart. Was thrown at pace, frustration. It's going to take something special from the Aussie. He needs 6 sixes.
$59. Andy O'Carr, 20.
I don't think Andy Hamilton 5 minutes ago thought he's going to have darts for the match, but that's exactly what the scenario is.
Game
And
shot on
it's
the match.
Andy Hamilton that takes another grueling contest. Another match that's gone the full 7 legs. And for Robbie King, it's looking a really difficult now to qualify from Group C. Nothing, not a great deal to separate between them. Just maybe a little bit of experience and maybe a little bit of naivety from Robbie King. But it's Andy Hamilton that takes the spoils. And next up, it's Jared Cole against top of the table, Michael Huntley.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to Group C time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tight affairs is the conclusion so far. Apart from this man approaching the hockey now. Played 3, won 3. Unbeaten today so far. Big smile on his face. But now's the time to really kick on, because there's a real opportunity to lay a marker down where tomorrow's more of a formality rather than stressed out. But you just don't know what you're going to get with this opponent. He's had much the better against Huntley this week. I wonder if that's going to make a big
77.
difference. But Michael Huntley, he played 15 games in Group A and won only 3. He's already matched that in Group C already.
40.
Been a while since we last saw him play. When he beat Robbie King and another 4-3 thriller.
96.
But Jared Cole will want to really get in the mix right now.
If you believe anything into head-to-head records as well, then you'd suggest Jared Cole is a
70.
strong fancy for this one. As the day's gone on, Michael Huntley
60.
has just started to shorten up across the odds. Earlier on, it was very written off. It's
134.
25-1. In order of winning the day, Jared Cole was 2-5 this morning to win this fixture. Ended up going off 4-7.
133.
The market moved there in terms of the man top of the table following the wins.
42. Jared Yokar 135.
Oh, I'm liking that finish.
111.
I was looking at the bullseye and the 135, but quite sensibly looked at the fact that Huntley was on 215. I have to say the board management of Jared Cole, like many of the younger
70.
players these days,
Jared Yokar 24.
absolutely fantastic. But the execution's been the problem. Doesn't want to go around to double 3 at all.
18.
I think there was a nervous look there.
Mike
Could he
Ricard,
actually bust that score? But
145.
Michael is on a finish. Decisions to be made for Cole.
100. Jared Yokar 6.
Does he split? Or does he go straight for it? Sometimes you can make that decision across as you're walking.
Gain shot on the first leg.
Correct
Jared
decision
Cole.
this time. It's 1-0 to Cole.
You see many a player, don't you, that have been indecisive and then they go to the board to try and deliver that and you
Second
end up
leg,
with
Mike,
something
to
that's
throw
in
first.
between the
Game
two.
on.
Jared Cole was very firm in his plan. He knew exactly what he wanted to do in that situation and delivered it very well. But we're
24.
going back to that Huntley we've seen earlier on in the week where the darts are losing the line. He's coming off of that 20s in the 1s and 5s, and
180.
the reaction and the body language is concerning if you are a supporter of Michael Huntley.
I think he probably thought, just give me one win out the next 2.
60.
He's got Jared Cole and Alan Taban, which is a tough ask for anybody. It looks like he's getting the better Jared Cole at the
85.
moment. And Michael Huntley really is still stuck in the players' area. This has been by far his worst performance, and that concern in his forehead there
29.
is very evident. And what that means is you relax a little bit when your opponent's struggling.
85.
Yeah, just taking time to... What on earth is going on here? I'm the one who's top of the table. I'm the one who's playing well.
$100. Jared Yokar 151.
Well, in this game, it's all about one man at the moment, and that's Jared Cole.
91.
Reminder, Michael Huntley thrown first in this leg as well. And he's in the position he needed
60.
a maximum
Jared Yokar,
there just to
60.
give him any sort of hope. Jared Cole guaranteed 6 starts here at the 60. You get the feeling he's not going to need them when he's got this much comfort.
Game shot on the second
The game
leg.
just
Jared
gets
Cole.
a bit easier when you're allowed to front run with this much daylight between you and your opponent.
So then you start thinking, now my head-to-head's great. Now, can I really do a
Third leg,
demolition
Jared
job
to
and
throw first.
make
Game
that
on.
legs difference in this league, which is going to be very, very tight? It's just a piece of paper to separate all 6 for me.
140. $40.
actually thought that hour away from the board, the stage would be a good thing for Michael, but this has been
43.
by far his worst performance today, and we have to say his worst performance of the week.
Just cooled completely off, and I can vouch for him. I would have been exactly the same. I wouldn't have wanted that gap. I just wanted to go on with it and keep going. I know on the rare occasions I'd have won a match, I'd go
55.
straight back to the practice board and carry on playing, and just not with intensity, just ticking over. Just don't allow any sort of stiffness or lactic
58.
acid.
Yes, I remember you used to practice a Ryan Searle, Aaron Beanie, and were never off the board.
133.
And you know that because you'd have walked past us every 5 minutes on your way to the toilets.
41. Judge your car,
Never known anyone go
130.
so much.
If you've got it, flaunt it.
$37. 60.
Yeah,
Jared
no
O'Connor,
reward with them
93.
darts. All well thrown for Jared Cole. He'll want to ignore that 37 last score as he looks to treble 14.
53.
Gets down to a double. Michael is nowhere to be seen.
55. Jared O'Connor, 40.
For 3-0.
Game shot on the third
This
leg.
is better
Jared
from
Cole.
Jared Cole. It's not peak Jared Cole, but it's the Jared Cole that's needed to control this fixture. And right now he is absolutely dominating it. And Michael Huntley has
Fourth leg
zero
back to through
answers
first.
right now.
Game on.
Yeah, Mike will have to just forget this. He must concentrate because what it means now is his last
60.
game is a big game. We did say the minimum for all players is to get 3 wins under your belt on day 1. Well, he was looking at a potential 5 out of 5.
96.
If you're going into his last game there, where I suppose the last person you want to see is Alan Tabban, but yeah, he's fighting with himself, and this is darts when your technique goes off, your rhythm
85.
goes. It's like a golfer just slicing every drive they play, no matter how hard they try. Then you start trying too hard, you tense up. Whereas Jared Cole's seen his opponent going through his trials and tribulations.
58.
And in reality, he should just be able to relax and see this game out.
60.
Very low, but this is one of the things I like about Jared. He's not afraid to move. If he
134.
doesn't like the dart, doesn't like the lie, he will switch the target. He found great success down there at the bottom end of the board, but just completely threw his
81.
body into that shot there, Michael Huntley.
Yeah, but it was his best dart of the match and the worst dart of the match.
137. $95. Jared O'Connor,
Been a
76.
very disappointing match for Huntley. For Jared Cole, this has come right at the right time for him. A very straightforward 2 points, you would
36.
think.
Mike Ricard, 120.
If Mike has one thing, he hasn't had a dart or a double yet, but if he gives himself an opportunity, he usually hits it. He's not going to get a chance. He might play this match without having one dart at a double. That will
56.
frustrate him
Jared
and
O'Connor,
disappoint
40.
him. For Jared Cole, it's tops for the match. An
Game shot on the
effective
match,
and
Jared Cole.
efficient throughout. Very professional demolition job of a very disappointed Mike Huntley. He needs to go back and regroup very, very quickly. He's still top of the table and needs to work on that. For Jared Cole, he'll be thinking, thank God for that. Straightforward win and back in this contest. And next up, it's Alan Tabban against Justin Hood.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob,
Well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series as we're about to complete lap number 4 of our Group C action this afternoon. Group will be concluded tomorrow after 10 rounds of fixtures, so we are racing up to that halfway point. Who will be able to make a move? Alan Taban, 2 wins so far today, but it's got to be said has been the absolute standout performer. 2 averages in the mid to high 90s. Good performances from the Saint. And all eyes will be on him, taking on Justin Hood, a man who's won a week here before. Started the day off a bit slow, lost his opening 2 fixtures. The performance was what we thought he would be, question marks. He's been hobbling around, he's been on crutches for the last 3 weeks. But the performance has been getting better as it goes, and for a guy who's not been able to get as much practice in or as much time on the board as he would like.
First leg, Alan, to throw first. Game on.
You have to feel that he will grow into this. He'll just want to be in contention. He'll just want to be close. He'll want to be in touching distance.
97.
Going into tomorrow, knowing that a decent day will get him over the line and into the top 2. The top 2 will qualify through to Saturday night's
100.
final, joining John Henderson, our Week A winner, who is already there and waiting. They will also be joined by 3 players from Group B. Group B will be coming live tonight from 10 p.m. Patrick Vanden Bogard and Wesley Plazier. Both will be joining the mix. They came from Group A. He was promoted, shall we say, and they'll be joined
78
by Mike Gillett, a man who also played in Champions Week last time round. Gary Stone, man who's been popping in plenty of 100-plus averages on the ADC system. He'll be drawing some attention. And a man you'll probably hear more than you'll see, Richard North. He does like to talk.
145.
He will be joining us this evening. 3 players from the 5, 10 p.m. Sporty Stuff TV.
Yeah, it's a cracking group.
99, Alan, your car, 41. $21. Just in your car, 154.
Opportunity to steal here. You said you wanted to call him Robin.
134.
He was nearly robbing that leg.
Alan, your car, 20.
Yeah, great start from Tabs. He'll just want to put this to bed now. Remember, this is for a holder throw, so you won't want to...
No score.
I want to give Justin
Just
any
in your car,
chance.
20.
But a chance is what he gets. Will there be any messing around for Justin?
6. Alan, your
little
car
wild.
20.
Tabben won't miss again, that's for sure.
Glenn Durant has made 23 predictions, all wrong so far. Stays
10.
true to form.
Justin, your car 14.
24.
Game shot on the first leg. Justin Hood.
It finally goes in for Justin. But again, just one of them legs, very reminiscent of very early in this group where the scoring's been great between the players. Then we had that mid-match
Second leg, Justin to throw first. Game on.
where the out doubles were flying in for everybody, but that was just a little bit messy at the end, and Tabs will be really
58.
disappointed with that. 14 darts at a double.
And that's what let him down in his game with Jared Cole as well. He could have won that one 4-0. He was first to the double, and it wasn't just one dart at the ball or one dart at tops at the end of a big combination. He had plenty of opportunities to win that one quite convincingly. And he's kind of played himself into problems again here.
Who's the happiest man in that players area after today?
1 out of them 40.
Even Michael Huntley would be backstage now, won't he, in the players area thinking, what on earth has just happened? That might have sapped his confidence.
57.
Alan Tabben's up here. He's missing doubles left, right and centre. The fact that the Hammer come back from beating Robbie King from a
1 out of them
match
40.
he was never going to win. Jared Colby thinking, I should be winning top in these groups. There's nothing I'm seeing here. So still very much all to play for.
134.
Much better from Hood.
I don't know if anyone at the moment's going to leave here thinking, I really think I've got this group.
99.
I've
Just
really
car
got a hold of
72.
it.
Game shot on the second leg.
Justin
Justin
has
Hood.
been kind to a lot of the players this week. Very kind. No messing about this time of Justin Hood. No reaction at all from Alan Tabben there, but I tell you, there'll be a lot of frustration
Alan to
inside
throw
of him.
first. Game on.
Now he's simply got to hold and then break and get back in this match.
85. $119. One out of them 40.
I don't think John Henderson will be too worried watching this group today. 95 average,
121.
daily average yesterday. You really put the afterburners on. No one's really stepped up today. Say, I want
96.
this title on Saturday night, but again, one thing I've learnt, Matt, about the MODUS Super Series, sometimes it's just about qualification on the Saturday. When there's a crowd in here and it's a knockout basis,
1 out of them 40.
the scenario really changes, doesn't it?
Well, you get that instant feedback as well from a crowd, don't you? If you get a 180, a 140, you get that ripple of applause.
60.
Just changes the
Just in the car
vibe.
121. $43.
He's not the
How many
same
of your car?
player I watched last time,
120.
Justin. A mixture of the fact that he hasn't been practicing and clearly he's in discomfort there. And Tabs will be furious with that first dart.
81. Just in the car 78.
But Justin will expect to have a dart or a double. Or will it be two? Just going to be the one if he can stay straight. This is a big moment in this match.
58. Alan, your car 39.
Tabben has had 8 darts at a double in this game so far. Missed them all.
7.
Make that
Just in the car
10.
20.
You will see that dart players will talk to the board. Exactly the same place you put him last time. Last time he hit the big 6.
No score. Alan, your car 32.
21 darts at a double in this game, and only 2 have been hit. The winner of this group, the qualification, will be the guy with the best checkout ratio, we said. And this is not a gimme, this is tough.
16. Justin McCarr, 20.
No commentary required.
Game shot on the third leg. Justin
3-0 Hood. He'd be very pleased with the scoreline so far, but he'd be disappointed with the performance as he raises his eyebrows there. He's not at the races today. I think that knee has given him a bit of jip,
first. Game on.
as we say in the northeast. He's just relying on that hand, and I think he's just feeling a bit of pain. You'll see him sort of squint there at the end after every single time, even just standing above on our hockey.
But one thing he's getting here is hope, because if he is able to convert this
100.
and get one more leg out the next 4 legs, he will move on to 4 points and join Andy Hamilton, Jared Cole and Alan Tabban on that position. He will
57.
potentially eradicate a very bad leg difference as well here. And he's put himself back into contention. That's all he could hope for, to come into tomorrow
59.
with hope and belief that he can get through this group.
I think it's been a little substandard today. I think the players will be disappointed. Like I said, even out the 6 players we're looking at, none of them are going to go back to their hotel room happy with their performances. In parts today, there's been flashes of brilliance, but too many missed doubles from our Leggins, missing
60.
big numbers, sliding into the 1s and the 5s. Treble 18 was the dart.
138.
Not once did I expect a 4-0 victory here for Justin Hood. That's looking the likelihood.
40. Justin McCarr, 68.
He's going to get 1 dart or a double. Double 16 for the match.
Game
It was
shot
a
and the match.
tale of
Justin
missed opportunities for both players. A surprising result, but it's 4-0 to Justin Hood. As he taps the back of Alan Tabban there, as we look at the tail of the tip. A mid-80s average for Justin Hood is good enough for a big 4-0 demolition job on the very disappointing Alan Tabban. He needs to get back and refresh. As the final games, the final permutations, final game again for Jared Cole against Robbie King. That's up next after this short break.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've had a little delivery of bagels here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Back-to-back 4-0 results. Justin Hood getting the better of Alan Tabban by that scoreline before the break. Now, this is what we have seen so far today at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 12 of our 15 matches have been played. So down we go to the final round, and this is how the table looks. It is tightly conjoined. All 5 players separated by the meagre distance of just 4 points. Michael Huntley Robbie out on top, having won each of his first 3. And then we've got a pack of 4 on 4 in the table. Robbie King on 2 points. But to kick off the final round of matches, it is the King Cole clash on an Oki built for 2 under the yellow coloured stage. Well, this could be an unforgettable match. Both players got a smile on their face. Let there be darts of Glenn and Matt.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, big game you feel for Robbie King. He's the guy sat at the bottom position there. It's a strange old defeat in his last game there against Andy Hamilton. He really bombed it at the end when the winning line was right in front of him. And for Jared Cole, he could go join top, and just looking at the legs difference is like a binary calculation. It's just 0, 1, 1, 0. There's absolutely nothing to separate these 6 players. And certainly it's going to be all to play for tomorrow. But just finishing well
96.
today is exactly what the criteria is.
I know you've been a big fan of Robbie King throughout the week.
I thought you were going to say bagels then.
28.
Well, like donuts, isn't it, for you? But no, you've been a big fan of Robbie King, and I've been a big fan of the range today. His average is a true average. It's not that he's averaged 100 in one game and 80 in another, and saying he's averaging 90. It's sort of been good and consistent. Would you be surprised if I told you that Robbie King was actually 11 to 10 to win this match?
No, because probably the bookies are probably seeing what I'm seeing as well, and just the
95
ups and downs of him. You're not really sure what you're going to get with either of these players. Maybe they'll look at the head-to-head between them Monday or Wednesday. This is the 4th time they've played this week. Sure, the odds setters don't get it wrong too many times. But it's Jared Cole who's looking really good at this start. Surely not. That
shot on the first
is a
leg.
hat-trick of 170 finishes. What a highlight. The highlight reel at the end of the week is going to be so boring. Shot A, Jared Cole. Shot B, Jared Cole.
Second leg, Robbie to throw
Shot
first.
C, Jared Cole. Fantastic achievement, young man.
Shot D, Alan Tabban. 170 finish. We had 4 170 finishes this week. We are being absolutely spoilt. I would be very confident in saying no player's ever hit 3 170 finishes in a week before.
135.
I was going to say, does he know? But the way he put them 3 fingers up, he knew exactly the situation. It all just seems to be running away for this man.
55.
Jared.
99.
When we say, is anyone going to stand up? Is anyone going to take a grip of this group? He's looking so comfortable and at ease right now.
100.
This is a real Ashes
83.
contest. And the Englishman seems to be running away with things so far. Quite similar what's happening in the cricket today.
55.
I wonder if Damon Heta wears the green hat tonight.
100.
Well, match play moves to the quarter-final stages now. Got to be
91.
said,
Jared Cole 84.
I don't think anyone would have predicted this 8.
Yeah, just what the game needs. Just like Cole needs this ball.
Game shot on the second leg. Jared Cole.
Effortless. Shaking his head. They couldn't buy a double this week, as if you wonder why he's shaking his head and there's a smile between them. Let's just say his double's been slightly
Third leg,
erratic.
Jared to throw first. Game on.
Now looking at a scenario where he can win this match 4-0 with 4 bullseye finishes.
Robbie King must be thinking, are you kidding me?
58.
Yesterday he walked into here as the group leader for the 2nd day in a row. He left here in 4th place. He might be leaving here today bottom of the Group C
32.
table.
The energy has just been sucked out of him. He was walking on air Monday, Tuesday.
95. 100.
Nice 140 from Cole.
84.
25 predictions.
$43.
Yeah, we've had a lot of participation from the Aussies this week. So big thanks to all the information. But your man
100.
is really struggling right now. Get him a message overnight. We've seen players come from bottom of Group C on the second day, run through the card. Well,
140. Jared
look at the
164.
scenario Matt talked about earlier. This would be his 4th loss. It's going to take some doing.
104.
Leaves a 2-dart combination.
$60. Jared 60.
For a 3-0 lead. 2 darts at tops.
40.
He should have gone went 10
Robbie
bull,
O'Connor,
Jared.
126.
Now it's a case of all the 19s for Robbie King. This is what Andy Hamilton did to him. He was never in the match, and one big finish is what turned that game around for Jared Cole.
O'Connor, 20.
No more messing around on the outer ring.
Game shot on the third leg. Jared Cole.
What on earth is happening? Tight, tight, tight. This group. Competitive throughout. The last
Fourth
3
leg, Robbie
games, a
to
4-0
first.
victory for
Game
Jared
on.
Cole. Previous game, 4-0 victory for Justin Hood. And you have to say right now, it's looking for like another 4-0 victory here for Jared Cole.
83.
I thought you were having a moment of self-reflection there when you said tight, 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 but then I realised it was on about this group, and I think it's going to go down to the wire. We saw
140.
Group A get really congested, and this is going to do the same, but the bonus the players have got here is the top 2 will qualify. It won't just be the winner, and by that meaning, everybody is still kind of in the running here because everyone's sort of beating everyone, which means even if Robbie King is to lose this, he could still have
95.
a bit of a squeak. There's your live in-play table. Jared Cole, if he was to complete this victory, will be on 6 points,
85.
3 victories. And at the moment, I see no sign to suggest he's not going to be able to complete the task
83.
at hand.
$83.
Jared will feel 6 starts and 183 for the match. He'll go back upstairs after that light.
59. Robbie O'Connor 150.
Will he do a Whitlock? Are you watching
55.
Simon Whitlock?
Jared O'Connor 124.
I just had a funny feeling he was going to do that.
Especially after Jared Cole has took 2 of the legs out on the bullseye as well. It would have just been poetic. We may
88. Robbie
see
O'Connor
King
95.
start there as well, and we're just having a giggle because Jared Cole can't stay out of the bullseye. Maybe he should play the match on the bullseye.
$57. Jared O'Connor 36.
Well, Jared Cole was going really nowhere. In his previous game, he beat top of the table Michael Huntley 4-0. He entered this game with the potential of going
Game
top of the
shot of the
table.
match,
That's exactly
Jared
what he does with his second 4-0 victory in a row. Jared Cole has put himself in a fantastic position to top the group for Group C overnight. 96.97. He saved the best to last. Wow, 4 from 6 on the checkouts. That big 170 finish. Jared Cole, that was superb. And final games are up next for Justin Hood against Andy Hamilton.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it's the penultimate game of the day. It's Group C time. It's hammer time. It's Andy Hamilton against Justin Hood. Both will now be looking at the table thinking they're going to put themselves in a real decent position.
First like Justin to throw
for
first.
their assault tomorrow. And they didn't probably always feel like that during the day. It's had plenty of ups and downs. And right now, Justin Hood, who has really suffered, he's got a real opportunity 75. To get himself to 6 points, whereas the Hammer, I think, is the guy who's at times has shown the brilliance and a little bit of consistency. And that game against Robbie King, where he was down and out, that could be the turning point if we see him here on Saturday.
58.
A big game for them both, Matt.
I'm going to join in making some predictions. I'm going to say that I think we see the best of Andy Hamilton in this game. He has got better as the day's gone on. Statistically, every match has been better than the last. And I would not be surprised to see that trend continue into this final game, as he's looking for one big last push to put himself 58. In a strong position. 3 wins today would be a good return when you look at how this group has unfolded.
97.
Well, it's Justin who's started the better.
$43.
Yeah, Andy's still in the practice area. And Justin will want to put this first leg to bed before Andy even thinks about warming up.
92.
Less of a grimace there from Justin Hood as well. If you've been with us all day, you know he's suffering with a bit of a knee injury. He's been on crutches for 3 weeks. Still said to me this morning, not a
42.
problem. I'll win this group.
100.
Well, I had serious doubts early doors, but he could put himself in a half-decent position.
61.
Wow, I thought he'd bust for a second there.
I think that's the biggest miss I've ever seen at a double. I think he's tried to go around it and possibly caught the flight of the dart that was in the treble 20.
24. Justin Car 39.
I think the Hammer actually wanted that to go in because his mind was already on the next leg.
Game shot of the first leg. Justin Hood.
And Justin Hood is leading 1-0.
Second leg Andy to throw first. Game on.
And this is the experience.
140.
To be able to play.
$140.
To be able to play a bad leg like that, opening leg, then bounce back with a couple of big trebles.
115.
Experience and quality here from Andy Hamilton. Good switching as well. This is what years on the tour does for you.
It's as if he was on autopilot, realising that first leg, let's just put it to bed. I'm going to come back fighting in there. Seems to be finding that treble now.
85.
Yeah, once again, Justin just seems to be wincing. Guess he's one guy who'll...
100. Andy Car 161.
Stairs. I'd look at the bull the last start.
57.
Yeah,
just in the car,
just leaves a
161.
2-dart combination, whereas he's still looking at 3 darts.
65. Under car 104.
At least one of the players is listening. 104 for them. He likes the 18s route on this. So he'll stay there.
56. Just in the car 96.
This could be a big turning point. You feel Justin's been second best in this leg, and he's going to get 2 darts at double 18.
Game shot on the second
picking
leg.
up the
Justin
pieces
Hood.
is Justin Hood. He's not playing anywhere near his brilliant best. But right now, this is pretty much dominating. I've pretty much ruled him out of this
But like
group.
Justin to throw first. Game on.
I'm with you. After the first couple of games, I started looking ahead, and I started thinking, where's his wins going to come
41.
from? He still had Alan Tabern, he still had Andy Hamilton, and you're thinking, Justin Hood could be in trouble here with going through the card, 5 from 5 defeats.
Yeah, it was a devastating. I had a really disappointing loss against Robbie King.
100.
Like 3 big wins, and Andy Hamilton, you said he was going to play his best dart. This is by far his worst. Not what myself and Matt expected.
99.
I think he went back after that last game and thought, I've got away with murder there, and now I'm going to kick it in this last game and really stamp my authority. And right now, if you look at the in-play table, it's Justin Hood, a name I did not expect to see in that top 2.
140.
Last game of the session is your next one. Michael Huntley taking on Alan Tabern.
125.
Opportunity for Tabern to end on 6 points.
100.
Which would see 4 players leaving the venue on 6 points with so much to play for.
Yes, I think that'll be
40.
the headline.
Andy O'Carr,
At the end of day 1 in
161.
Group C, all to play for tomorrow. You don't often see it won in day 1, but usually someone has got 1 foot into Saturday night. This is incredible. We have been spoilt for big finishes.
128.
There's something really special about a 161. And he went for the bull. No disrespect to Hood, but maybe just to get him sparked, just to get him going. Because I've been thinking here, Matt,
94.
Andy
Andy
Hamilton
O'Carr,
used the
33.
word raw. You're not going to get that at the MODUS Super Series with no crowd behind you. And does that take something away from his game?
I think if Andy starts feeling it, we will see it.
1. Justin O'Carr,
Justin
102.
Hood is just mopping up the mistakes of the players. This could be another steal of the century. It's double 11 from absolutely nowhere.
96. Andy
Did say
O'Carr,
you wanted the
32.
nickname Robin. He's been trying to rob that one. Andy Hamilton. This is an important shot. This is on the darts of Justin Hood.
Game shot on the third leg.
He
Andy
is one of the
Hamilton.
players that if you could pick somebody in that sort of situation, somebody to step up and be counted, Andy Hamilton's been there for many of years, mopping up those
Looks like Andy
situations.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he looks really well, Andy.
$99.
It's great to have Hendo in the finals night, isn't it? Imagine if you can shot in the mix and Andy Hamilton, a Gary Stone,
91.
Alan Tabern. I mean,
The you at home. You could come join us as well on Saturday night. It's looking like it's going to be a cracking lineup. We will have the full lineup concluded tomorrow. We'll know who's going to be there. But if you scan that QR
48.
code on your screen, that will take you along to dartshop.tv where you can book your tickets. It's just a small booking fee. And you could be in here on Saturday night as well. The tables
134.
and chairs behind will be waiting for you. The players will be primed and ready. And Glenn Durrant has once again dropped his price. They started at £20 a selfie. He dropped it to £19.95. Dropped it to £19.50.
100.
And it's Tungsten Time T-shirt.
Available from all good local car boot sales.
Another
128.
Another two treble visit there from Justin Hood. He's just quietly getting on with his job. I think he'd be absolutely delighted to go away with 6 points, Matt, because I think that knee's troubled him more than he anticipated. And I think a lot's to do with it's quite a high oki.
100. Just
you have to sort of step over it
148.
where maybe if it would just been flat on the floor, it'd have been a little bit easier for him. And you could do with the treble.
60.
That just brings Andy Hamilton back into this leg now
154.
because 88's a 50-50 in my opinion. He's going downstairs on the 19s because if one goes in, surely the second goes in with that lie.
95.
A lot of it is on the first start with 88. You say it's a 50-50 shot. But that's perfect. Again, drops low on the double. He did the same on the double 11.
Under a car
Couldn't
59.
get himself out of the situation. That would have got the advantage of throw back and made him big favourite to go on and win this game. Instead, our eyes are drawn to Andy Hamilton. They're drawn to the double 20.
49. Just your car 6.
He wasn't able to convert. Justin Hood. A break of throw opportunity at a crucial time. There is no better time for me to break the throw because what you do, exactly what Justin Hood has done here, you get the darts out the board, you walk straight down the oki and straight back into that throwing position, leaving Andy Hamilton pulling faces at the back of the stage for longer.
And that could have been so much better, that second dart, but a fantastic third dart. It's now in the hands of Justin Hood. Your assessment of the day, Matt?
Opportunity.
43.
I think that's the safest way to put this. Everybody in the running. Everybody's had chances. Not everybody's taken their chances,
100.
but they've created them. Somebody will stand up tomorrow and be counted. Somebody is going to run away with this. I don't know which player it is yet, but one of these players is going to go through the card tomorrow.
I don't know, Matt. I think it's just a
95.
strange old group where I think tomorrow they'll be beating each other again, and it just could come down to a little bit of magic, a 170 finish or something. I think if anybody's going to go back to their room tonight,
134.
fairly happy, it's got to be Jared Cole, which is the obvious one because he's top, but he has had that day of ups and downs, and he's finished so well with them 2 4-0 victories. I think my assessment would be if
42.
Jared Cole
Just
plays well
152.
tomorrow, he qualifies.
I'd argue Justin Hood because he came in here today a little bit unsure about where his game is.
Well, I'll tell you where his game is. It's double 16 away
Game
for 4
shot on the
points.
match. Justin Hood.
Absolutely outstanding 4-1 victory for Justin Hood. He's put himself right in the mix and sits nicely in second place. And look at that average, 97.36 and that 152 to finish. Justin Hood will be absolutely delighted with that win. As we move on to our final match in Group C, it's Michael Huntley against Alan Tabban.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
And welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the final time today in Group C. And what a Group C it's been so far. So many swings and roundabouts, ups and downs, trials and tribulations. It's been a strange old day, very competitive. No one really putting their head above the parapet.
First leg, Mike, you through first.
I'm here to win this. It's going to be very, very tight.
Game on.
No matter what happens in this match. But if Alan Tabban does go ahead and win this game, and we're going to be having 4 players on 6 points overnight. That would be very interesting. Michael Huntley, in his previous game, he came into it with 3 matches and 3 wins, and then played absolutely awful by his standards.
81.
And I did fear for him in this game, but whatever he's done, them 3 darts there were better than the rest put together. And he can really say, if he can go away with 8 points, Matt,
28.
He's the one guy. But that is the ups and downs we talk about.
And we've got to remember as well, Michael Huntley normally opens games well.
134.
Been very, very strong in these opening fixtures. In terms of the first leg, does tail off a little bit as time goes on. But he's losing the line early on in this one, which would be the concern.
43.
And then Tabban got a chance to put himself onto 6. And I think if we leave here today with 4 players on 6 points, make sure you're back with us tomorrow from 1 PM to see the conclusion of this group.
Michael Huntley must have left on Monday and Tuesday night thinking, what on earth has happened to my game? He had a torrid time in Group A. But that is the beauty of the MODUS Super Series.
127.
We've seen it so many times. People have had those really lows. But he is up against a real top player.
134. Alan, your car, 59.
Has probably had the best highs of the players today. He's got a chance for 1-0. Double 10.
Game shot on the first leg. Alan Tabban.
Michael Huntley was sat on a double himself. It's a great start from both players. But not only was that a good finish there from Alan Tabban, it was a breaker throw as well.
Second leg, Alan to throw first.
If Alan Tabban can get through this match, just look what it does to the table.
If he was able to get this one 4-0, he would join Justin Hood on the leg difference as well.
140.
And we've been asking for Mike Huntley's darts to go in with real purpose this week. They were 3 fantastic darts. I think they were born out of a little bit of frustration of losing that first leg. When your opponents play well, all of a sudden, you can start playing well. And them darts
95.
are just hitting the board at the ferocity that I like. They've been going in angles, meaning they've been on his release point, been going in left, right, in the 5s, in the 1s.
45.
And all of a sudden, the fact that Tabs is playing so well is really bringing the best out of Mike Huntley.
85. On your car, 136.
I think Alan Tabban's game right now is suited
96.
to a Saturday night, because there's flashes of brilliance right now of being outstanding in a knockout. Who's going to beat this kind of average?
100. Alan, your car, 40.
I'd like to see Alan here on Saturday. I do think he's playing some good stuff, certainly away from here on the Challenge Tour, and he's just a little bit
35.
taking too long to get out of situations. He's been in a situation where he could have won all of his games and won them very convincingly. The last match, 0 from 13. And it is 13s for Huntley.
Game shot on the second leg. Mike Huntley.
That's been his strength. We keep saying it all week, and it keeps being the case. What a recovery after getting his throw broken in the opening leg.
But that ferocity again, please,
Third leg, Mike to throw
so
first.
Darts
Game
are
on.
singing to you when the dart enters the board, and there's the one where it's as if he's pulling away last second.
80.
For a hole in that dartboard. Total opposite for this guy. They're just coming in from angles
100.
which are totally unique to Alan Tabban.
$59.
Good game so far.
$96. 60.
Come on, he says. The determination is with Mike Huntley, whereas Tabsy could be playing in a world final. He'd be this relaxed.
100.
Just the way he is, the way he plays.
$82.
Just living every dart, isn't he, Michael Huntley, at the moment? Some of that will be because of the negativity of the last few days.
105.
But what a positive day, even if he was to lose to Alan Tabban here. If you'd have offered him 3 wins from his 5 today before he walked through the door, he'd have turned around and said, thank you very much.
78.
I'll see
Alan
you
O'Connor,
tomorrow.
100. Game shot on the third leg. Alan Tabban.
Real confidence when he wants double top. It's his go-to double. It's probably saved him a 1,000 times in games. And once again,
Paul
it's a
Alan
break
through
of throw.
first.
It's been a real
Game on.
breakathon so far. Now for Alan, just hold his throw. And like I said, if Alan wins this game, just doesn't get much tighter than this after day one.
140. $83.
Here's Tabban making his move. Not for the first time
100.
today, being well over 100 average. He's been running here many times, and you gotta say, when he's on and he's up, he's
180.
the star player of the group.
$100.
This is the best we've seen of Mike Huntley as well.
$60. Alan O'Connor, 161.
Playing with a bit more freedom. Don't show your opponent your disappointment. Because Alan won't notice anyway.
65.
He does go away from that treble 20 bed at last to lead the 2-darter. For Huntley, he's going to have to rely on he misses that. Needs a treble, though.
100. Alan O'Connor, 96.
We have saved the best till last. This is a very enjoyable game. 3-1.
87. Mike Ricard, 78.
Wow. Opportunity here for Huntley to have all 4 legs go against the man who's throwing first, which has not really been the theme of today. Seen an
Game
awful
shot on
lot
the
of
fourth
holds.
leg. Mike Huntley.
We're yet to see one in this match. Another good combination finish there from Michael Huntley. He had the 81 to break before, and he's broke now with a 78.
Fifth leg, Mike to throw first. Game
Story
on.
of the day there for Alan Tabban. Opportunities. He's had it in his hands. Could have ran away with things and made it a lot easier for himself, but instead gets brought into the drama.
46.
Yeah, just a bit of everything coming to that throw, and that's a bit of excitement of going with that previous stats. He did well by going to the
140.
water table there. And that's one thing you don't want to hear, 140. Tabs just gets on with the job, doesn't he? Nothing phases him.
Do you want to know a bit of a trivia, a bit of a quirky fact
100.
about Alan Tabban?
If you say he's tight, I'm going to tell him.
He hates dart shirts.
140.
You'll never see Alan Tabban wearing a dart shirt. He'll wear different coloured polo shirts. He'll put his stickers on or
30.
any sponsors or anything he needs to wear. As soon as it's done, he takes the stickers off. Off he goes. He hates dart shirts. You'll never see him with a shirt with
60.
his name on or logos.
No way I can get him one. There's 14 left.
135. Alan Carr, 161.
We'll stay there. Again, he went for the bull last
65.
time. Exactly the same to leave that 96. It wasn't kind to him last time. He messed about on double 18 and double 9. Really
60.
like him, Mike Huntley.
Alan
He
O'Connor,
was not too
96.
disappointed because this is the best I've seen of him. I've seen the worst in his last game. And here we go again.
78. Mike Ricard, 130.
The only difference in this match, Alan Taban 11 darts at a double, Mike Huntley 2. He gets a dart at the bull here. He's going to get a dart at the bull. This is massive.
105. Alan Ricard, 18.
That would have been a classic football game of smash and grab.
Oh dear.
No score. Mike Ricard, 25.
He's dropped low. He has missed an opportunity. It's technically, he's had 5 darts here at a double.
Perfect start.
17.
He wasn't overbalanced
Alan
and he thought the
Ricard,
double 8
18.
was in. He thought the double 4 was in. And this time, Taban doesn't miss. 26, and I'm correct for once.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Alan Taban.
Oh, he's clapping me as well. Thank you, Alan. Glenn bows. See the shake of the
6th
head
leg, Alan
there
to
from
throw
Michael
first.
Huntley, the
Game on.
frustration. Again, if he's watching this back, this is actually the best you've been. Literally a millimetre away from the double 8. The other side of the wire on the double 4.
40.
That's exactly what you want to hear. He has to really kick in now. He's pacing up and down behind Alan Taban.
100.
And again, that last dart gives him control of this leg. It means Taban has to hit the treble.
60.
So Huntley has now taken the throw. You have to tell yourself, effectively, it's now an level game.
60.
But doesn't capitalise.
$180.
Fluent, rhythmical. Just so pleasing
100.
on the eye when Alan Taban's in full flow. He's taken control. One treble would be nice.
60.
It does mean Huntley needs a 140. Not ideal.
60. Alan Ricard,
Zero
161.
reward. 6 darts and 161 for Taban. Well, we know where we're going on the last dart.
90.
But this time it goes smack bang in the middle of the bullseye. He's going to have a dart at least. You would feel.
100.
For the
Alan
match.
Ricard, 71.
It just keeps Mike interested. He's going to get 2 darts at double 10.
$51.
It's not in.
Mike Ricard, 81.
And these are the moments for Huntley. It's been a difficult week. He could be finishing Group C on a real high. This is to go to 3-3. He's going to get arguably a dart at the bull. It is the bull. The width
56.
of a wire.
Alan Ricard, 20.
To join the gaggle of players on 6
Game
points,
shot on the
Alan
match.
Taban,
Alan
no
Taban.
problem at all with double 10. 4-2 victory over Mike Huntley. A great contest, a real proper match play. You can see the disappointment there from Mike Huntley, but there's the tail of the tape. Nice and solid from Alan Taban. Once again, the doubles 4 from 16, that 100 finish being the highlight. It's been a funny old day, very competitive, very tight, but all to play for tomorrow.
Indeed it is, Glenn, and well, for Alan Taban, as far as he's concerned, Matt, it's been a bookending day. Started impressively, finished impressively, but maybe a little bit disappointed with the stuff in the middle.
I can hear him walking off now and he's sort of giving the debrief. I mean, I've never heard Alan Taban actually be happy, to be honest. He's always got something to moan about. If he won all 5, there'd be something wrong. But I think he's had a decent day. I think he's played some good stuff at times. I said he was the value call at the start of the day, the 13-2. I'm going to stick with that. I think tomorrow we see Alan Taban just gel this together a little bit, and I think we could see him qualifying through this group.
Well, today has been a fishing frenzy. Well, those are the results for the day. Well, today, quite simply put, has been a fishing frenzy here at the Super Series. You could call it tungstenomania here at the Live Lounge. Alan Tabban, the first to, well, netting the fish here against Andy Hamilton. And then Jared Cole, he's done it 3 times this week.
Just greedy, isn't it, and ridiculous. I mean, to do a 170 finish is brilliant. To do it twice is amazing. That's got to be a record. I can't imagine that anybody's ever done this before. And to think, there's more to go. He's got another day's worth of play tomorrow. He's potentially going to be here Saturday night. He could make it 4.
Do you want a stat?
Always.
Jared Cole has hit as many 170s this week on his own at the Super Series as it has been at the World Match Play.
That's impressive. And, you know, Jared Cole, when you look at the fact that his performance hasn't always been there, to be able to pick out those moments, that's just real good sort of quality and real good resilience from Jared Cole, who it'd be quite easy just to give in. We've seen players do that here at the Super Series, at the back end of legs or matches, just sort of throw them away a bit. Jared Cole is a fighter.
He didn't just net the 170 either. He got this 146. Now, you're saying this is potentially the checkout, and it's because of this first dart, isn't it? The way it dangles precariously.
It is so loose in the board, and you can see him sort of trying to work it out, see what other options he had. Is there any other ways? Yes, he could have moved over to the treble 13. Didn't fancy it. He had to throw at the treble 19 and stay completely away. Notice the angle of the dart going in completely differently, because any touch on that treble 19 and he'd have lost it. It was a fantastic dart, and then to hit the double as well. As much as we've had 4 170s, for me, that's check out of the week.
Well, that was in the game against Justin Hood. Now, Jared would go on to lose that game 4-3. Now, was that the result that sparked Justin Hood into life today? Because after that, we saw a couple of 4-0s.
I think Justin Hood sparked into life because he started to play. I don't think it was a certain result. I think it was just the amount of time he had on the board. He has told us this morning that he spent the last 3 weeks on crutches. He hasn't been able to practice. He's really toned down his diary. With that, you're going to get a bit of rust. It's not often you'll hit the ground running when you come back after a break like that. And it just took him a couple of games to get into it. And the way he ended the day, I thought mightily impressive. At one point, I was looking at the fixtures thinking, is Justin Hood going to be bottom of the table with 0 wins from his 5 games? In the end, we're looking at him as a possible qualifier.
Well, you can actually say, as we have a look at the table now, everybody is in the equation for qualification. Robbie Keane's probably going to have to win the lot tomorrow to be there, but we've got a 4-way tie at the top of the leaderboard. In fact, this Group C has seen more 6s today than Zach Crawley at Old Trafford.
And Andy Hamilton, one of the players that's not on 6 points, is somebody who has the capability of quite easily running through the card. I think we're going to see that tomorrow. Maybe from Andy, maybe from one of the other players. Someone's going to stand up tomorrow and be counted, and I think someone's going to wipe through this card and go 5 from 5.
Is there anyone, based on performances today, I know you've mentioned Alan Tabban, is there anybody else that you see today and you think has got the capabilities tomorrow to go on a spurt? Because that's what it feels like someone's going to have to do to get through.
I feel Alan Tabban. I said it at the start, and I'm sticking with him. I'm going to stick to my guns. I just hope Alan Tabban believes that as well, because like I said, he can find a negative in any room full of positives. As
for Michael Huntley, well, he started the day superbly. 3 wins. We thought, this is the Michael Huntley we've seen here before. We've seen do well on the Seniors Tour, but we'll be disappointed with the last 2.
Was the last 2 any worse? I think the last 2 was probably better in terms of the performance. I think he just got away with a few things early on, and one thing we've known from Michael Huntley this week is when he's been given opportunities, he has taken them. And he was doing that. He was giving opportunities and taking them. In the back end of the day, people stopped giving him those opportunities and those gifts, and I think he's in for a long day tomorrow.
So the action will resume 1 o'clock in Group C. Now, Group B is going to get underway tonight from 10 o'clock. And whilst we've got a couple of minutes, Matt, let's just discuss that, because we're going to see Gary Stone in action later on this evening. A man we've seen here so many times. He's come so close so many times, and a player that could really set this field alight.
Absolutely. Look what he's doing on the ADC at the moment. 100-plus averages all the time. I think Gary Stone is going to be one of those players that could come in and really light this up. He's a nice player to watch because of the pace in which he plays. I'm really excited to see how he gets on with that. I think we've got a good group tonight, really. A lot of pace in there. Probably Mike Gillett, the more slower, methodical one of the group. But he makes up for that with quality darts. He's won a week here before. He's played in Champions Week, and I think we've got a cracking lineup there.
That should be some lineup. And remember, that action gets underway here from 10 o'clock this evening. They are all looking to join John Henderson, our first qualifier through to Saturday night's finale. He made it through yesterday, courtesy of Group A. He's going to be here on Saturday evening. If you want to be here as well, you can do. www.dartshot.tv, the place to be to go and get your tickets. But myself, Matt, Glenn, the whole team will be back from 10 o'clock this evening for the beginning of Group B here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, headlined by Gary Stone, the Granite Darter, and a couple of Dutch delights. But as far as today is concerned in Group C at the Super Series, well, the Aussies find themselves at the bottom of the pile, and as for the scorecard, 6-6-6-6-4.
Here we go then. It is final time, and we can't wait. 7 legs potentially. And Matt Clark will have the darts because he won the bullseye in the practice room. Is Matt going to go back to Lancashire with £20,000? Or is Raymond Smith going to be on a flight in a few hours' time from Heathrow Airport, going back to Australia with a lot of Aussie dollars? In fact, I've just had a little bit of a communication from Chris Murphy, our commentary colleague, because he seems to think that Superman could be paid in crypto. Nice joke there from Murph, but I think he wants the cash.
You could have sent me that one, Murph. I've run out of jokes now.
No joke this final,
no jokes with these two players, but it's Matt Clark who continues to impress. He's won the bull. But as Paul alluded to on the balcony there, I thought he made a very vital point. If anyone can handle the pace of Matt Clark, then it's the mental strength of Raymond Smith. And that's something that resonated me when you said that, Paul, because I think the last game there with Scott Walters, he was beaten when all of a sudden Matt really slowed down in getting his darts out. And he was
Okay, first leg is
by that.
Matt to throw first.
Lesson learned.
Game on.
Final game. Who will win?
£20,000. My life changed in Hull, the World Masters, when I won 25 grand. The winner of this league won the 5 grand. The winner tonight gets 20 grand. The biggest prize in amateur sport, over 1.17 million in prize money. The MODUS Super Series will be paying out every year. And it all boils down to Series 2, these two players. Who can emulate what the fantastic Conan Whitehead did? And just watching that play back earlier just brought a little bit of goosebumps. And how much it meant for Conan. And it'll certainly mean an awful lot for one of these guys.
One thing I've noticed about this audience tonight is just how attentively they've paid attention to all of the matches tonight. There's been no chanting, no singing, no boisterousness like the week before Christmas when Adam Warner won. But we've got two players here who are not local to Portsmouth, and maybe everybody's on the fence. All they want to see is somebody creating a bit of history for themselves.
Yeah, proper Dart fans are, and I think it's because one of the locals hasn't brought 20 or 30 people with them. I think the most was Scott Walters, who brought 7 or 8. So it's just been a crowd who are here to enjoy the darts, and certainly been enjoying a match like that from Matt.
Sneaky good on the maximums this week has been Matt Clark, whereas Raymond has been so close and yet so far to being the man at times this week. He did have a chance to win Group A against Justin Smith. he didn't win that match and had to play in Group B. And then he faltered on day 2. He has not won a group all week, but neither has Matt Clark. He was second in Group C. And if you put those two things together, it means that these two are playing each other for the very first time in the MODUS Super Series. And it's for £10,000.
I always got the feeling for Raymond Smith. He's got the mantras, I never dreamed of success, I work for it. He's just a big thinker who's worked hard on his game, worked on the psychology of the game. I've heard him chatting with players this week in the players area. He has a lot to say, has a lot of thoughts about the game, whether you like it or not. I think one person who won and listened is this guy. We talked about Alexander Merckx being in a zone.
Game shown the first leg.
Matt Clark just continues to do what Matt Clark does. And every time I've doubted him this week, and I will shake his hand and apologise if he wins this, because maybe the focus, Paul, has been a little bit about the pace and how it has an effect on others. He's played some really good darts at times as well.
Even myself on the balcony, I was
100.
picking up Raymond Smith because I had him as a firm favourite. But sometimes when we let someone go under the radar, they're okay with that. And I think Matt Clark has been okay with that his whole career. Because at no time in his darting life has he been on anybody's radar in bold. Even when he made the England squad, the attention was about Painter, Beaton, Fordham, King. When he was in World Championships, it was always about other people like Richie Burnett and Martin Adams. He made the quarterfinals of the World Championship on his debut season and didn't do any better in the next World Championships or anything after that. It's been a very interesting story, which for me has got a few dots after it because it's very far from finished.
Ray Smith, he goes home as the runner-up. Does he go home happy?
No, not at all.
85.
He's someone who gets on the podium in F1 and isn't happy unless it's at the top. He's an all-or-nothing kind of guy. He will take things on the chin. He will take the second spot if that's all he can muster.
134.
Doesn't mean he's got to be happy about it.
10 grand to the runner-up, 20 grand to the winner, but also just the respect of being the MODUS Super Series Series 2 champion. In amateur darts right now.
100.
And we start again on Monday. I've seen the names. I don't know if they've been announced yet, the names for next week, but some excellent players there. So all starts again Monday morning, 9:30. Sporty Stuff TV on the YouTube channel of MODUS.
If you do want to know the names, because I don't want to be the person to give them out, I'd like you to go to our Twitter page at MSS Darts. Check it out. It will be released within the next 12 hours. Raymond Smith is going for a 116, and he's got at least 2 of these this week. He's been mastering these shots, but he's not going to get a shot at double 18 this time.
60.
3 well-thrown darts.
Matt, you require 143.
Only 60, but on a positive, it leaves a 2-dart combination. 143, exhale equals confidence. Treble 20, treble 17, double 16 is the route he's attempting. Part 1, tick. Part 2, no tick. That leaves 66. So we're getting close to about 30 seconds of Raymond Smith to
87.
think about this
Raymond,
56.
you require 56.
He's okay with it. I was looking at him the whole time when Matt was going for that 143. He didn't show any signs of impatience. Double top.
Big dart.
Absolutely.
Game show.
And he's the big man for the occasion. 1-1. We're down to best of 5 to see who takes the title.
So it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Raymond Smith must break Superman in this match. It's kind of a big ask when you think about it. He has to be the General Zod of this game. He's got to be the bad guy to take out the good guy. If indeed you are a reader of comic books and other paraphernalia in fantasy universes.
57.
He's got something about him, Raymond Smith, that could work in a comic. That big bald head there. Steely eyes.
Or maybe if Matt Clark takes his glasses off,
100.
he'll actually look like Superman.
I think we just need a bit of order there, because one thing about a fantastic crowd, they have been in here a few hours now, it's the one voice syndrome, Paul. I used to hate it. I didn't mind 20 or 30 or 40, 50 people shouting at the same time. Or even in some of the bigger crowds, it's just like a big swarm of bees behind you. But when you can hear 1, 2, it's an absolute nightmare.
Not getting anything from either player as to
140.
state discomfort or impatience. I'm loving the bubble that they're both in.
Matt Clark slow, Matt Clark this, Matt Clark that. Matt Clark currently 103.5 average.
100.
That's all that matters.
Matt, you require
He hasn't averaged that
136.
high all week in a completed match. In fact, the only person not to have averaged over 100 all week from our finalists was Jim McEwen, because we saw Adam Mould with a ton
60.
plus average earlier on tonight. The biggest average of the night was shared by Raymond and Adam, because they have both had 101.9. Got to get another.
He's got to get another in a sense that 76 is not
Matt,
a
you
gimme.
require 76.
76 is a finish that Dar players like. And very simply, I'd say to people, 20 is a must, treble 20 is a bonus. We look at the 16s. Just like this double top. He'll once again take his time and do things his own way. Raymond Smith is just behind.
Game shown the
and the last
third
thing that
leg.
Raymond Smith wants to
Matt
hear is game. And that's exactly what he did here. So it's back to the drawing board for Smith. Focus
Full
on
against Raymond to
winning
throw
your leg of
first.
darts. And start off with a minimum 1 treble visit.
Every time he blocks it by hitting that small 20, for me, he may be better off
60.
going to the 19s, but it's easy for me to say that from the commentary box, but I just get the feeling that there is another level for Raymond to find if he can use the board a little bit more in the way of flexibility. 19s, 18s, he uses the 17s a lot, but that's predominantly with one dart left when that 60 bet is covered. Because as you can see, those darts are very, very upright. And that was a much more inviting guide to get a 140. Case in point.
I always think sometimes when you're in a situation like this where tension, anxiety in your body has to be taken into consideration, that when you're aiming for targets, you have the tendency of going low. It's just your body just telling you something. And in this situation, I've seen myself, whether it's on a TV stage, just going big. Just going just above that treble, and you're thinking, wow, that's gone in like that. I didn't expect it to go there.
What a lovely angle that is to show you how his darts behave in the final third of the arc.
140.
When they're going through the air, they're slowing down as they go to the board, that flight dragging it through the air. And 161 after 9 is a very nice situation when your opponent is a good 237 behind.
It's going all the way, this, Paul, isn't it?
134.
And the best
Raymond
finals
161.
always do. A bit like 7 days ago in week 12 of qualifying when John Henderson took out a ton plus finish against Niall Cullerton, but a 161.
136.
Went for it. He's going to be aggressive, obviously, and when he gets his shots, it doesn't matter where his opponent is. He's going to go for them.
Very Martin Adams. Interesting with at least a 140 here.
100.
That'll make Raymond Smith worry too much on this 25. He'll keep it simple. All about that big number. Don't ever underestimate hitting that big number.
Game shown the fourth leg.
Makes that second
Raymond
dart.
Smith.
It's now a best of 5, Paul.
What we have
Fifth leg
is
is
a
Matt
situation
first.
which goes
Game
back
on.
50, 60 years in this sport. If you're watching on Sporty Stuff TV, you might have been watching darts for the best part of half a century.
140.
Loving shots like that. But if you cast your mind back to the 1970s and the 1960s, you might remember a tournament called the News of the World. And every single game in that tournament was first to 2 legs.
43.
And that's exactly what we've got. First to 2 legs from here for £10,000. And when we talk about pressure, this is pressure, yes it is. But because they've played all week long,
100.
they are ready for this pressure. They will never be more ready. It's just a question of who is more ready than the other.
And right now, it's Matt Clark taking the full ascendancy in this game. Raymond Smith just showing that sign of distress, which we didn't expect.
125.
Them last 2 darts will feel like gold dust once again. It just gives him an outside chance. But for Matt Clark, 1 treble visit here, and he has a huge advantage. Now, Matt Clark, it's in your hands. It's yours to lose now.
He looks impervious on his own throw. Old school darts from Matt Clark. He's basically telling himself, you can do what you want on your throw, but you're not having mine. 9 darts thrown and 81 left. If he takes it out in 11 or 12 darts here, he's telling Raymond Smith, you're not having my throw unless you hit a 9-darter. Double 12 to be within 1 leg of the crown. That's an 11-darter at this time of the tournament. That's world class wherever you are watching from. Incredible from Superman. And Smith now needs a brace of legs. Otherwise, it's not meant to be for the guru.
And as Paul alluded to there, couldn't have put it any better. With his darts right now, Matt Clark looks unbeatable. And what you're doing, it's a bit like a penalty shootout in football. You're making the other team, you're going 1-0 up, 2-1 up. You're making 45. Your opponent make mistakes. You're making your opponent score 45. Matt Clark's on a free roll, he will feel, on this leg. It's not the end of the world if I lose it because I have the darts in the final decider. You hear 45 and you think, come on, exactly the same. Give me a couple of trebles.
42.
Doesn't take advantage.
He lost the first game of the night. 4 legs to 3. He might win the last game of the entire thing. 103 games have been completed so far this week. Incredible when you think about it.
54.
We started in late October. It's early February. This is the culmination of that time frame. These guys won't be thinking about that because right now they are so much in the zone. It's all about just playing in this little concentrated Portsmouth bubble to put their name on the end of our lips forever here at the MODUS Super Series.
He was going backwards in this leg, was Raymond Smith.
Whoa,
that 180 there. Just when Matt Clark was thinking. As Raymond Smith hit the wall. That 180 is a massive moment. And I tell you what is also interesting. Matt Clark, hope, has won each of his legs.
54.
With ease. When it's 3 each, I am telling you, that last leg will have everything. It won't be as comfortable because the treble 20 will shrink. You start thinking, you see the finishing line, you're battling with yourself mentally. And Raymond Smith's thinking, how can I start this leg 60-45 and then go 180, 140?
That's mental strength right there. It's the ability to just stand at the back and breathe and start the process and find more fruit. Even with that 134, Matt Clark cannot leave a finish.
82.
So it's 82 to take us the distance.
So it's bullseye first dart. And what a dart that is. That's a good feeling for 2 darts at double 16. He likes double 8.
66.
No panic just yet.
And what he'll do there is he'll just get himself in order. Sometimes it might be a bit of water. He decides not to. But Matt Clark, he will take 30 seconds for these 3 darts.
Just remember a little bit earlier that Raymond did miss a few key doubles
97.
in his second game.
Raymond
He'll be hoping that doesn't
16.
happen again. It doesn't happen again. And Clark
Raymond Smith
will take us to leg 7. Every leg in this contest has gone with throw. That does not guarantee that this one will. But the way that Clark has performed in this final, when he's thrown first, has been nothing short of miraculous.
12 weeks of darts. 12 winners. 6
41.
Down to the finals night. Down to 4 for the semi-final. And now down to the last leg. If that doesn't sum up the whole thing about MODUS Super Series, nothing does.
It's a marathon, this thing. This is game 1,352 in this series. And it will be the very last leg of it.
What did I say about Matt Clark, who opened at 140, 180? He's regular on his throw. All of a sudden, one treble will feel like gold.
60.
And all of a sudden, you're creeping into treble 7. It takes someone like Raymond Smith now to hit a 140 here.
And he might just do it. You could hear a pin drop in here. Everybody can hear the darts hitting the board. That 140 is one of the best he's hit this week. Maybe the very best of the lot.
I'm just trying to put you into the mind of the players. Matt Clark's now thinking, shake them off. What you panicking for? You're winning your darts.
100.
Raymond Smith's now taking the dart. It's now a 3-0-1 game. Nico, what is going on?
He's going to switch. Oh, he's not. I was convinced he was going to go to the 17s because previously in the week, that's what he's been doing. It's a great standard of a final. There you can see 3 180s in this final. And the averages are very, very
45.
healthy. But Matt Clark falters.
Raymond, you require 161.
And Raymond Smith has got 6 from here to write his name into MODUS Super Series history.
Finally, I've called something right. I just had the feeling Matt Clark wouldn't have it all his own way after dominating his darts.
65.
And that leaves a 2-dart combination. Matt Clark on 255. There's the breath. He'll feel like it's all away, but you've got one chance, Matt. The biggest 180 of your life right now. And all of a sudden now he's have to go downstairs. Now it's the connotations. If he stays there, he leaves a bogey.
100.
That was dangerous.
That was a gamble.
You require 96.
Is the gamble going to pay off, though? Because Raymond Smith has the first shot for the title. He's going to stay straight and go for double 8 and win it! Raymond Smith is the man! The guru thinks his way to the end, and he gets it done! £20,000 belongs to him! The gamble of coming across the planet has paid off, and he will be on a flight back to Australia in a few hours' time, and he doesn't even want to keep his own darts. He's given them to a fan in the front row, but now he can afford a new set. The biggest paycheck possible from the MODUS Super Series belongs to the guru, Raymond Smith. Wonderful performance, averaged well, the confetti is everywhere, and unfortunately for Superman, he found his kryptonite in Raymond Smith.